Okay, good morning, everyone. Today is October the 25th, 2022. It is 10:07 in the morning. We're here for Maryland Public Service Commission Working Group meeting on PC54, which is the Montgomery County Community Choice Pilot Program Working Group. My name is Jennifer Grace. We have several things on the agenda today. First and foremost, we have, I want to address the email from Taylor about the schedule and another issue. I am going to send around right now. I revised the schedule and I'm going to go ahead and send that around soon. And it has dates earlier for drafts so that folks can be ready to ask questions and to engage with that at the meeting. And also some of the dates in October, the meeting dates were not correct. But then there was a second part of Taylor's question, which I think would be to staff, but I'll let Taylor go ahead with that. Are you here today? Oh, I don't see. Okay.
Just Grace. Taylor's at the Empower hearing.
Okay. So hold on, let me pull up that email and I'll ask the question of staff. So the first, the email is from October 14th at 10:07 in the morning to the working group. In the first, I answered the first paragraph, which was about the proposed schedule. The second says that the November 15th meeting is set to discuss sections 17, 19, and 20, which relate to the transition to CCA from SOS risk mitigation, and the CCA coordination tariff. On page 1, these sections have green language that states depends on the PIP. How did the last PIP that we just held influence the discussion that we'll have on November 15th? And or is staff planning to reconvene another PIP? Does anyone from staff want to go ahead and address that question?
Your Honor, this is Phil from staff. My understanding is that the PIP does have to return to this issue and before next summer. I think there is. I had a brief discussion about this amongst a couple other things with some of our folks that are more directly plugged into that. Dave topic. I don't know if you have a better understanding of the plan schedule based on the participation in that group, but I think that's already planned to that they understand they need to sort of revise this, and that the last bid essentially avoided any issue with it, but it sort of moved it into something that needs to be dealt with further. Maybe somebody else who's plugged into that knows more.
So this is Dave Hoppick with staff. The most recent PIP, there is kind of placeholders for when PHI will do kind of the stub bid. So that still needs to happen, but there is a plan in the current PIP for an assumed start date of October 2024 for the CCA. So I think the staff will come up with the regs for the transition to the CCA from SOS per the schedule that we put around earlier.
Okay, great. We're going to be turning to staff first with some drafts. There's 3 drafts. They're pretty small. But before we do that, and then we're going to go to Montgomery County. Montgomery County had some drafts that they put forward to see if anyone has any questions on those. Go ahead, Phil.
I was just going to ask, Judge, are we going to talk about the schedule a little bit, make sure everybody is on board with it? You said you're sending around a revision.
Sure. So I just sent around a revision. Let's see if I can share it real quick. My changes are in red. Basically, the November dates had the wrong dates for it was just in the off week for the meetings. And we have to stay on our weeks because there's another working group that meets in the off weeks. But I'm happy to have extra meetings if we need to in the off weeks to make this happen. And then I moved some of the dates for the drafts earlier so that there's time for comments. And that's it. Those are just they're slight changes. I guess I should have let me pull up you probably won't be able to see because I'm not sharing my full screen. It just allows me to share one screen, but I'm going to pull up staffs so I can tell you what the dates were changed from, because I didn't do that. Okay, so bear with me a second. All right, I don't know if you all can see it, but I can see it. So the dates that staff had for had September 9th dates for the drafts for the meeting based on a work group meeting on the 15th. The work group meetings are actually they're not on the 1st and the 15th, they're on the 8th and the 22nd. So those dates were changed just by a week, but also for the drafts were changed to and responses from the parties were changed to Wednesday and Friday dates so that you would have them in advance of the meeting. So those are, it's November changes, but it's mostly based on the on weeks and off weeks. And then just a few of the dates are changed in response to Taylor's comment about having time to take a look at stuff before we're at the meeting.
Your Honor, the 11th or November 8th is a state holiday because it's election day. That's why I moved it. We proposed to sort of shift those dates so we could essentially avoid that.
The problem is that I got comments from another working group saying that we're impeding on their working group meetings on those off dates. Hang on, there's I'm having technology issues today. Stan and Drew.
Thank you, Judge Race. I just wanted to go back to the PIP SOS procurement issue. I think the thing the county feels like we need to discuss at some point is the schedule and how that might impact the proposed October 1 start date. Because the schedule right now has the report going to the commission on the 27th of January. And I don't have a good feel for how long the process will take to sort through all the regulatory issues before we know exactly what the process will look like and what that means for October 1 start, given the information we shared on what sort of how CCAs operate. We're looking at the multiple procurement model, and so we need time to be able to do that. And if it takes if the process of figuring out what the final regulations are takes long enough, we're limited in our ability to do that. So I think the October 1, 2024 start date is something we're going to need to think about.
Okay, well, so it's a little frustrating because the commission and the parties in this work group and the parties in the PIP work group and others have made decisions based on Montgomery County's agreement to that October start date. And, comments have been bandied about back and forth. Oh, if we do this, that we might not be able to start on that day, or, oh, we might be able to start on an earlier date. And, all of these things are interrelated, and we have to be able to rely on a plan. And our plan at this time is going forth with an October start date. However, as a work group, we were supposed to come together and, you know, try to come to a near consensus on some regs to put before the commission. We're not doing that. What's going to happen is we're going to come before the commission at some time, January, February. I'm not even sure when it's going to be at this point. And we're going to have at least 2 different versions of a lot of these regs and a whole lot of issues in between. Now, regs can be done the easy way or the hard way. The easy way is the working group works really hard and, you know, concedes some issues and not others, but there's a near consensus on a group of regs that go before the commission with some comments on issues in reserve where the work group wasn't able to agree. And the commission asks questions about those issues and makes a decision, and then some revisions are submitted to the commission. They're sent out beyond the commission, and everything happens in about a 6-month period. And then there's regulations that go before the commission in the manner in which we are now. And I'm not sure that we're going to be able to get our regulations written and get them to the commission by January. I'm hoping staff submitted a really good schedule. I'm hoping we can, and I've messed with that a little bit just to give time to other parties because I want to make sure everyone has their say. But we're going to be going to the commission with 2 different sets of regs. And so, and a whole bunch of issues that need to be decided. Pretty much all the issues still need to be decided. And with opposing viewpoints. So it's going to take a significant amount of hearings to present to the commission everything that they need to know about these issues in order to make an informed decision. And there are a lot of issues that are still in reserve. There's more regs that have 2 versions than not at this point. So even if we get the our report and the proposed regs to the commission at the beginning of January, it's going to be several months probably before the commission's able to rule on it. In the past, there have been times when the commission sends the work group back out to go ahead and, you know, try to make the revisions and try to, you know, they may rule on some issues and then may say, hey, you guys got to go back to work and see what you can do. I don't know what's going to happen. There's a huge realm of possibilities of what can happen. The best we can do is, you know, we're not going to come to an agreement in this case. And the best we can do is get this to the commission as early as possible. And the schedule that has been put out by staff is the earliest possible. So we're not going to have any more of these discussions about what's going to happen and what the timing is. And because we're going to spend all of our time on regular week meetings working on, you know, just getting the draft regs to the commission in time. And then we're going to have to see what the commission does with what we give them. And, you know, if I'm really hoping that the commission, I was hoping that we would be able to have Montgomery County would know what regs the commission is sending out and approving, you know, in the winter, early spring of next year. I don't think that's going to happen. I'm really at this point just hoping that the commission is able to get the regs passed pursuant to our statutory deadline, which is December. If you want to have a further discussion on this, I'd be happy to do that in an off week or schedule an extra meeting, but we're not going to stay on this issue and rehash this issue over and over again throughout these meetings. What we're going to do is we're going to work on regs. There's a whole bunch of hands raised. Phil, you're first.
I was just going to say, if we could maybe have a day or 2 to look over the schedule and make sure that it's going to fit with sort of our expected timing of the deliverables, just to make sure it doesn't create an issue, that would help.
That's fine. We I don't know what to do about the election day meeting. We can't meet in the off weeks in November. So unless it's like a non-regular meeting. So I don't know if parties are available on Monday, November 7th or Wednesday, November 9th. So that we could push our meeting by a day for election day.
That would definitely be something to consider. I think that works better for a number of our folks, but.
Okay, well, I mean, we'll just have to move the meeting and folks who can attend. And for the rest of you, the meeting will be on YouTube, but we have to push through. So please send me an email separately letting me know if only if you have a void date on November 7th or November 9th, and I'll try to do the best to get it on a day that is works for the most people.
Your Honor, one other question. Is there, you know, which group is sort of scheduled on the off weeks that creates a problem?
I think I probably, I'm gonna look at, I think I deleted I think I read the email and then deleted it instead of putting it in a folder like I normally do, because I'm trying to not keep as much. But so I'll look through my trash and try to get that back to you.
Okay, the other thing I was gonna ask is, I know that we did not, there was a couple of weeks in the original schedule where we went with only a 1 week spacing, but hopefully that restriction on the off weeks is only November, you were saying, because we may need to double up in December and January and go, like, depending on how fast, you know, things are moving.
I think it's very likely we're going to need to double up in December and January. I think you're right. But I think November was the issue with all the holidays.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Drew?
Thanks. Yeah, so quickly as well on the schedule, November 22nd, the commission moved the admin meeting to a Tuesday, you know, to avoid the Thanksgiving holiday, you know, and Wednesday, the travel day. So I was just going to say, I think we'd probably have to start, just say at 11 on November 22nd.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you. Okay, I'm putting that in. Okay, and Lisa.
Thanks, Judge Grace. So do you want us to formally request a meeting to discuss the schedule? Because the April auction is also, you know, the question that we specifically raised was about the timing of decisions needed for the April SOS auction. So if that needs to be a meeting in an off week, do you want us to put that in writing?
No, if you'd like to meet on that, anybody who wants to sit in on that meeting can meet. Yeah, let me find that email.
This is Bill Fields. Would that be a PIP meeting we're talking about now on the April bidding?
No, I think Lisa would like this working group to talk about this schedule and how it's going to affect the spring auction. Go ahead, Lisa.
That's exactly right. So yeah, Bill, I mean, I suspect there might be some overlap of folks who are knowledgeable about that, but that's what we're trying to find out is what the schedule here, what the impact is, like sort of what the decision dates need to be for the April SOS auction. Because that's the next one that's
Yeah.
sort of on the agenda. So I guess I'd be happy to hear your opinion on whether that should be a joint meeting, you know, we certainly should invite some folks that have been more involved in the PIP process, but I know there's a lot of overlap.
Yeah. Maybe a joint meeting is the thing to do, because I was thinking, you know, you might have to have a meeting of this group, and then, you know, if there's going to be any changes to the documents for the procurement, then, you know, there would be a PIP meeting and then a filing for that. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but that would be the process to do that, I think.
So I think I should, Judge Grace, if you think it's appropriate, I'm happy to reach out to Lloyd Spivak, who generally heads up.
I'm happy to reach out to Lloyd. Here's the thing. I'm not sure what we're going to gain from that. We're going to get this report to the commission as soon as we can. It's going to be a little bit lengthier, making a lot of revisions right now, just based on the fact that we're having 2 sets of regs. We have to set out in the report all of the issues, right? That led to having 2 sets of regs. So I'm hoping that we're able to get the report and the regs to the commission by the end of January. But if we're able to get it earlier, we'll do that. If it's later, we'll do that. So right now, having a meeting is based on a lot of supposition. Also, we don't know what the commission's going to do once we get it to them. We don't know how many days they're going to schedule for a hearing. We don't know, like, we were hoping we could get a report to them with a set of regs with, you know, some issues reserved. Like for instance, instead of having 2 regs for what has to go into the plan, have one set of regs, but reserving the issue of whether a rate has to go in there and how to handle that, right? So that's just one example. So we're not able to do that. So we don't know if the commission's going to schedule this like it normally would for a 1-day hearing, or if the commission's, and we were also hoping that we could get the comments from the work group parties, members to the commission at the same time, right? So they have everything they need. They don't need to set out a 2-week waiting period for comments and a 2-week waiting period for replies. They can just go ahead and set out a hearing 2 weeks later, and you know, it might be a 1-day hearing and we can get this going, but it's kind of going to depend on what's in the report as to how that's scheduled. So having a meeting about what's going to happen with PIP now, it's just based on a lot of supposition, and I'm not sure that's the point. If you would like for that to happen, I will go ahead and reach out to Lloyd and see what I can schedule. You let me know.
We'll let you know. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, so turning to the agenda for today, staff has submitted 3 sets of regs. Does somebody from staff want to share, or do you want me to share? And do you want to start with 12?
Your Honor, I think we should start with 15 because I think it's short and easy.
Okay,
If you would share, that would be helpful, I think. The data exchange is hopefully relatively straightforward.
can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, great.
You can click the little X at the far right of the yellow bar there. Give us a little more screen space.
I'm trying to
Yeah, that.
it's it wasn't the WebEx app is giving me like a drop down menu and wasn't letting me get to it.
Okay. All right, so and I'll ask Steve to jump in if there's any other issues here, but this is just data exchange. So probably the reason we need to cover this is we are sort of anticipating the non-EDI data exchange as part of this, and to the extent that we have to sort of define some other approach to it, this is where this will be done. So for scope there, this is basically covering the enrollment transaction data exchange for community choice aggregation between the electric utility and the CCA or its designated agent. Sort of the assumption built into that is that if there's any data exchange associated with the billing, that will be covered under standard EDI practices, which are covered in 2053-0103, which is where they require the use of Maryland approved EDI standards. So 02 for standards just basically says, except for all of the existing EDI standards that govern the exchanges for retail choice, the electric companies and the CCA shall mutually agree upon standardized approach subject to commission approval. So that if the folks have a feel that is not not enough to sort of cover this, and I think in particular the issues related to the FTP site downloads for providing the customer list and that sort of thing, let us know. We can certainly work something out there. Ultimately, after that mutual agreement is kind of created, and hopefully that will be consistent amongst all the utilities and the CCA, there will be, although that is not necessarily required by this, if it's different for each utility and the CCA agrees to it, then that's probably workable here. Cybersecurity, this is just since you're exchanging sensitive data, there's a requirement to maintain good cybersecurity practice. And then as for instructions, we're expecting there would be a document that sort of describes all of this, and that document could certainly be within the CCA utility coordination tariff if necessary, but not absolutely required, as long as the electric company, writes it up and posts it somewhere, provides it to the CCA. And operating procedures is simply that CCA, once that agreement is set up and those directions are provided, they will comply with that and maintain the security of the data. So there may be some other issues that we haven't thought of at this, but as an initial pass at this, we think this more or less covers it. So I can't see if there's hands, but are there any questions about what we're suggesting here?
Go ahead, Stan.
Thank you, Judge Grace. Phil, can you just elaborate a little bit upon O2, the mutually agree upon the standard approach subject commission approval? Can you just?
Yeah, so I think what we're envisioning here, without trying to completely knock it down, is that, and I'm really just thinking of the exchange of the customer list and the probably also the approach that's going to be used for the sort of ongoing enrollments. I think we talked about using a file transfer protocol or FTP download to exchange that data. Everything else should be covered under the rest of the retail choice transactions. The mutual agree is basically the CCA and the utility, so ultimately both agree upon it. And if there's a disagreement, then you can take it to the commission and hopefully administratively address that and let the commission rule on it. But it's not to impose one viewpoint or the other on the standard ultimately, but both parties would sort of be in the situation where they could come to an agreement, and if that is unsuccessful, then it would be up to the commission to decide one way or the other.
Okay, so yeah, that helps. Thanks. So in other words, if the utilities and the CCA can work out the process and alert the commission to that fact, the commission approval is essentially a nod. Yes. Okay. Great.
Yeah. So I mean, let's say you do it without putting in the tariff. Probably you would, maybe within this docket we would file something. But otherwise, there would be a need to, if you put in the tariff, then it would get approved by the commission or accepted by the commission for use as part of the tariff. If not, you probably just, provide some notice, like somewhere in either in this docket or otherwise, that this is what we agreed to. These are the technical, concerns.
Gotcha. Okay. Thanks.
Anybody else?
Go ahead, Michael. And then Robbie.
Hey, Phil, sorry.
Robbie, you can go first. Go ahead.
Okay. Phil, under number 4, what instructions are we providing to the CCA? What are they accessing?
So you're going to be exchanging information with them in the form of these customer lists and whatever else is not covered under standard EPI. You're probably going to tell them where to get it, when they can get it, how they need a password to access it, that sort of thing. I mean, isn't that
So that's referring to just the customer list.
anything that's not addressed in the EDI? It's not a trick question. I mean, it was figured that you would probably want to write down like what they're supposed to do with anything that you're not using EDI to send to them or exchange to them.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like with suppliers today, they have access to the secured site to receive or to look at, specific data, UFE information, et cetera. So that's going to be the same for the CCA or for their supplier or whoever they have to. So just to be clear as to what instructions are we providing access? There's a lot. I mean.
Well, I mean, I don't know exactly what your procedures are going to be, but I mean, I'm not sure I'm following you just don't know what is going to be covered here. I mean,
Yeah, but yeah, you're asking us to provide written instructions, and what are we providing the instructions for? You mentioned the customer list. Okay, I got that. Then you said anything that's not related to EDI. So we have a secured site. that suppliers have access to that we set up for them. Or am I
Okay,
getting
How
off
do you,
topic here? Or, I mean,
so that's common to all retail suppliers.
correct.
And how do they know how to access that site?
Well, when they register with us, we provide them with a link, password, sign-on information for them to access that data.
Okay. So,
So, I mean, I don't, would the CCA need access to that as well? I mean, because that's supplier specific.
right. So I'm guessing your CCA is either using a retail supplier or they're using someone that behaves like a retail supplier. So, I mean, we could certainly like list that sort of thing here if you want to, you want to add some clarifications to specifically what this covers.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we're at this point, all we talked about is that FTP exchange.
Okay, but
Like stuff that's common to retail choice, we can maybe list that here and clarify like what, but you know, I don't think we're
that would
trying to
help. Yeah.
add
that
anything further. So when
Okay.
if you respond to this, like maybe just add some stuff in here if you think that you know, like we need to say anything like for all data exchanges aside from exchanges, I'm looking to know too, using Maryland Standard EDI exchange or you know, data exchange that is, you know, common to all retail supply or something.
Okay.
And this is really, you know, or if you want to just lay it out in that this covers the exchange of customer list information and however, whatever else, you can certainly do it however you want. I'm just trying to, I don't want to interfere with the existing EDI standards, you know, and then basically just refer back to that for anything that already is under there. We probably don't have COMAR regs that covers what you were just talking about with supplier portals, or maybe it's somewhere, I don't remember about that. And maybe you have that in your supplier coordination tariff. So, you know, we can fill this out with all those details to clarify, you know, this specifically covering that. This is basically just saying CCA and the utilities are going to mutually, you know, agree to how you're going to do this. You both are responsible for maintaining the data exchange, you know, under good cybersecurity practice, and that the utility is going to, you know, provide something in writing that explains how to do this. And then ultimately, you know, once you've told them what to do and that's all been worked out, the CCA is required to follow your instructions in order to have access to the data that we're talking about. So,
All right.
but you can, you know, if there's other things that you need to clarify in more detail and maybe make sure that we exclude something that should be excluded or include something that's not in here, you know, let us know and we'll just add it in.
So Robbie, can you, will you try to make some suggestions for better language for 0.04?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Michael.
Thank you, Judge Grace. I think that Robbie's questions covered a lot of what I was intending to ask, but I want to just make sure that our concerns are completely addressed here. Yeah, a common theme throughout our comments is that we're seeking to leverage the existing provisions of COMAR to the extent possible. And we're unable to find like a corresponding chapter addressing these items. I mean, some of these topics are addressed sort of scattered throughout provisions of COMAR, for example, cybersecurity. I mean, there is a section, subtitle 6, chapter 1, cybersecurity. The topic that Robbie just described sounds like it's already being covered. These functions are already being performed by suppliers. So I think my question boils down to not creating a whole separate process for the CCA when we can leverage existing processes. Now, whether they're documented or not is another topic, another question. Like, in other words, to the extent there's a COMAR provision documenting how the CCA and its supplier should interact with the utilities, the same should apply to everyone else so that there's consistency across the state. So if it's unwritten, but done successfully, we would seek to use that process. If it's going to be documented in Comar for us, then similarly, it should be documented in Comar for everyone. We're just looking for consistency, in other words.
So, Michael, there's in V4 in the legislation, it says we're supposed to do this for the CCA program. So this is sort of in response to that.
Yeah, I understand. Yes, Phil, I agree. But that doesn't mean that you can't use an existing process. Like you could just because the legislation says something has to be done. Which one are you pointing to? Which provision are you looking at in the legislation? I've got it in front of me.
I think it's V4.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot in there. I agree.
It's on page 18. It says a protocol for data exchange between community utilities aggregators and retail suppliers like
Right. So I mean,
blah, blah, blah.
I understand. So we believe that you could comply with that directive by pointing to the existing practices that are already being used. It doesn't say create a different protocol. It just says make sure there is a protocol. And the answer is the protocol is what we've been using for 20 years.
Right, but there's no protocol for your FTP site download of customer list. And we are planning to continue to refer to 2053-0103, where it just says use the Maryland approved EDI standard. And then Robbie just raised something that I probably wasn't focusing on, and maybe that's already covered, and maybe the supplier coordination tariff or something. So I think the only thing that it's clear that isn't done elsewhere is this FTP data exchange. And so all this is doing is putting some guardrails around that and making sure that there is a mutually agreeable approach to exchanging that information. So yeah, I didn't want to try to redefine any of the EDI stuff because that's already there. And I think I don't know if our regs says this in the billing section, but I think we've all agreed that the CCA's retail supplier is going to basically operate just like a retail supplier, whether or not it's the actual licensed retail supplier or if it's the CCA engaging a energy services provider to provide that sort of service. All that stuff's already covered under EDI. And this is sort of trying to address the one thing that is not, and then maybe some other things that need to be covered that we haven't talked about yet.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Robbie's going to maybe take a look at.
All right, so we're going to need to take this back. Again, you understand what our priority is having consistency, because to the extent people either in anywhere at the commission, in the utilities, or among the suppliers have to start dealing with different ways of doing things, depending on who their client is, suddenly becomes extremely complicated.
Right. Well, and maybe in 03 there, I did not cite the COMAR for cybersecurity, but probably there's something in that tells us what the standard for good cybersecurity practice is, and we could probably reference that if we think that's appropriate.
Okay.
We'd probably just say, shall maintain the exchange of data in a manner consistent with good cybersecurity practice as defined in, and then COMAR or whatever.
Right.
That's typically one way to sort of respond back to you do have to have it, but the standard we're using is over there. We're not trying to develop a new standard. But yeah,
okay, thanks, Phil.
Certainly, everyone's seeing this for the first time, which was, due to the sort of timing of what we had to do to get this out. But yeah, I mean, it's intended that folks will take a look at this, let it digest a little bit, and come back with things that will work better for everybody.
Okay, anyone else have questions about 15? Okay, what do you want to do next, staff?
I would say 14 is probably the next easiest to deal with.
Okay. Can you see 14?
Yep, that would be the non-commodity tariff structure one.
Okay, I think I'm sharing it.
Okay. So make sure I have. All right. So there's a section, I think it's J, that sort of talks about a number of things that can be incorporated within the bundled rate. Well, it doesn't use the word bundled rates, but I think we're just trying to make sure we clarify properly and everybody sort of understands what we're trying to get to with that. But so in the scope, this is basically applying to the charges and fees that the county may charge electric distribution customers. So that's relatively obvious. Permanent fees and taxes. So I think we were looking at J in the law that laid out 3 things that were, I think the words they used, well, section of the legislation real quick, make sure I'm quoting this correctly. It isn't a, so this is on page 11 in paragraph J. So it says the community choice aggregate may not assess any new fee, tax, or other charge in the aggregation charges or rates that is not related to the cost of, and it lists 3 things. One is supply, including generating stations owned. 2 is cost of promoting renewable energy. 3 is the cost of promoting energy efficiency programs under paragraph 2 or 3, and then 2 or 3 are basically saying you got to use the utilities programs or something that's supplemented to it, just sort of generally. So what we're sort of trying to get here is without sort of limiting how the charges are presented, but I think the general assumption, and this is not a good assumption, and we probably need to edit some things here, is that the CCA rates will look like a per kilowatt hour charge, and bundled within those charges, there can be 3 things. One is the cost of the energy itself, or the cost of providing the supply, not only from like a contract for energy, but also if there's cost from a generating station that the CCA owns. Cost of promoting renewable energy, that's B. And then the C is cost of promoting electric utility energy efficiency program. And the limitations there are that the programs have to be, the promotion has to be in, along with the utility and the Department of Housing Community Development. It has to be a commission approved energy efficiency program. And then anything that's supplemental to the 2 programs listed in 1 or 2 are permitted. So the concept here is that there are a number of things that can be bundled into the actual rate, whereas you're just going to see, this is the CCA rate, but there's other things in it, and then it's sort of defining what those are based on what the law states. And then 03 is basically saying if you're going to bundle them, and I think we began to use the word bundled here to be hopefully as clear as possible about what it's meant, that those will be broken out in the terms and conditions. And I think that's, if you go back to V, I think they actually talk about a tariff structure for this. So they're using the word tariff in the law. I don't know if we're using the word tariff typically when we're thinking about the CCA, but we're just trying to provide enough clarity on that. E, which I think we were talking amongst ourselves about this, and without having gotten the feedback from the county on it, if there are like a separate charge that's not bundled with the energy rate itself, that could be like a monthly flat rate or a maybe a separate rate that's still billed as a per kilowatt hour charge or something. We really didn't know what that was, that we may need to have something that addresses that. And we were sort of maybe looking to the county to help us if that is something that they intend. But without V in there, basically this is just saying, these are the 3 things you can bundle into the supply charge on a per kilowatt hour basis. And you're required to separately state what those components are, in not necessarily on the bill itself, although obviously depending on technical constraints, maybe that's possible. But they are required to be broken out in the terms and conditions of service. Are there any?
So, Judge Curtis, can you scroll down a little? We can't see. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry.
So Fran has a question first and then Michael. Fran, you might have to.
No, Mike, yeah, I'm sorry, I was on mute. Okay, so that's it. Phil, I'm just trying to understand. So we'll have 1 kilowatt hour charge, but someplace else in the terms and conditions, there'll be a note that cost of promoting, the two things that are there are bundled within that KWH charge. But it won't state how much was for the actual energy or how much was for the actual promotion. They'll just state that more than the per KWH charge is included in the bundled rate. Is that what you're saying?
So I think if you look at A, this is where, it basically says you are going to create a separate line item in the terms and conditions that breaks out the components of a bundled charge. And what we're conceiving here is that on the bill, if you look at a utility bill, they can break out line items for the distribution charges. I don't know what each utility is capable of doing in terms of breaking out line items on a supplier charge. But if there's more information about that, maybe that's where we should take a look. This is not trying to require components to be broken out on the bill. It's just saying if you do have anything that's separate, they would be disclosed as line items, and it doesn't state explicitly, but we can certainly make it state if that's what's necessary. But they're broken out as a separate line item. I think in our mind was implying that if there's here's your supply charge is so many cents per kilowatt hour. Here's the renewable energy charge on so many cents per hour, and here's the energy efficiency program charge so many cents per hour. Those would be separate rates broken out, and then they would sum up to the total supply charge, but that the bill itself would only had to show the total supply charge.
I think you answered my question. My question was getting to, in wherever else it's mentioned, is it going to be based on the cost of that specific thing? In other words, just what you said, it'll be the cost of the energy. Will it be broken out in the terms and conditions of the cost of promoting the energy efficiency programs? And will it be broken out how much the supplemental programs permitted by the commission are in terms of cents per kilowatt hour?
I don't know if we said that explicitly here, but and maybe we should. But I think that's the idea, is that they're
so every time. Okay, just let me carry this one step further. Again, I'm just trying to understand it. So every time the rate changes, they will need to be breaking it out in those terms and conditions of how much each of those elements cost. Is that what we're anticipating?
I think we did not go into it in depth as to like how frequently that would change. But to the extent that that's something where maybe it's set for 6 months at a time or something, that those components would function much like other things that are broken out with rate. So yeah, the expectation is if it's not on the bill itself, and this wouldn't prohibit it from being broken out on the bill, but we weren't sure if that's something the CCA wanted to do or if the utility was capable of doing. So this is simply saying that this limits what can be bundled. It seems obvious that supply procurement cost, the cost of the energy, is what's in the supply charge, but the law seems to allow these two other types of charges to be incorporated within there. Which this simply saying this is the only thing you can bundle in your supply charge, and then you have to break it out in terms of conditions.
Okay, I don't have any problem with what you're saying. Then I guess the next question is I think it's somewhere along the line, there is going to be some sort of a comparison between whether the CCA charges are above or below the standard offer service charges. And I would assume what's ever bundled into that KWH rate will be the amount that they're comparing to the SOS. Is that a correct assumption?
I think it is correct to say that if it's essentially a bundled charge, you can avoid it. So the correct price against which retail offers would be compared with the price to compare if it's the CCA would be the full supply rate, not the unbundled say, supply portion of the rate. That's what you're asking.
Yeah, that would be my assumption. I'm just checking.
Okay, Michael and then Lisa.
Thanks, Judge Grace. Another one of our themes has been that the regulations should do only that which is required by the statute, the bare minimum, and leave any discretionary items to the CCA. This set of provisions strikes us as going far beyond this very brief statement in the statute. So perhaps staff could describe, again for us, like what exactly is the purpose of this, the intention of this, what exactly is to be gained by all of these decisions being made by unilaterally by staff, as opposed to allowing the CCA the discretion and the time to make these decisions on its own, and then see what works. Constrained, of course, by consumer protection regulations and whatnot.
So our read of J on page 11 of the law, that's basically what O2 sort of implements fairly directly.
Okay, which provision are you looking at, Phil?
So it's J1,
Yep.
2, and 3.
Okay.
That basically is, we looked at that and sort of with the attempt to clarify that we meant that it means bundled charges. That wasn't clear. So that's where that comes from. O3 is simply, now this is probably not directly in the law, but it seems reasonable as a part of customer education and protection that there are components within the charges that are distinct from simply the cost of purchasing the energy itself. It's reasonable to explain what those are and state them within your terms and conditions.
So the definition of a statute is a law enacted by a state or federal legislature. Definition of regulations is rules that are set by agencies that fill in the ambiguous areas of laws. This section .02 is pretty much directly from the statute J1 little I through little 3. And the section 03, will help with enforcement, will help with consumer confusion, will help with reporting at the end of the pilot. So Lisa, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm finding the unmute button. So I just want to make sure I understand. You're not, Phil, are you suggesting, is staff suggesting a list or the per kilowatt price? So I'm just using examples, not specifying, but like, this is the cost of supply. This is the cost of the, service we're getting from the contractor. This is the cost of promotion. This is, just that there's a bullet that says this will include promoting, or there's a bullet that says 0.0001 cents per kilowatt hour for promoting.
I think what we're envisioning is something that will break out the price component of each of the things that are permitted to be added. So the law says community choice aggregate may not assess any new fee, tax, or other charge in the aggregation charges or rates that is not related to the cost of, and then it lists the three things. So the first one's providing electricity supply and electricity supply service, including service from a generating station owned by a community choice aggregator. Like if you only had like one component, let's say you contracted with a retail supplier, on behalf of the county's accounts, the customer's accounts, and that they just gave you like, it's a 9 cent per kilowatt hour charge. And that's all, like we're going to charge any kilowatt at 9 cents. They're not telling you what they've bundled in there for their, profits or other costs or whatever. You're just like, we contracted with XYZ supplier, got 9 cents. That's it. Now, if you also then say, well, you know what, on top of that, we have a program to promote renewable energy. We have a program to promote energy efficiency, or we want to spend some time advertising to get folks engaged in the, PEPCO or PE or BG&E energy efficiency programs. And those are two distinct things. The one's renewable energy, that might be maybe some other green offering or some other service associated with that. And the other one's, providing or promoting energy efficiency programs. So they're the two other things you can put in there. So the supply element is, it's the straight pass through of a price you have, if that's the approach. The second would be, a program that maybe has an annual cost for promoting renewable energy. You're permitted to bundle that in. And maybe that has like, if it were a utility program that you set rates annually, you probably project how much it's going to cost, on an annual basis, divide that by the expected sales, and you come up with a rate, and you would just, here's what the rate is, maybe do that up periodically. So there'd be, let's say it's 9 cents for something, and then like 0.1 cents for a program, and then maybe the third program is another like 0.2 cents or something. So you would just have a line item that said, supply contract, 9 cents, renewable energy program, 0.1 cent. Not that these are numbers that are real or anything. And then promoting energy efficiency programs or 0.2 cents. So in your tariff, so to speak, the law sort of talks about like it's a tariff for non-commodity charges. But in your terms and conditions, you would just have a list of, they list the components of your supply charge. You show what each one was, and then you total them up, and then total supply charge. And they'd only have to show the total supply charge on the bill, unless perhaps you wanted to show and break out, and the utilities capable of doing that. This is just saying you have to break it out and show the price in your terms and conditions. And then O2 is just saying these are the only things you can actually bundle into aggregation charges or rates. So when we looked at J1, where it says in the aggregation charges or rates, we interpreted that to mean, the energy charges, perhaps the default service charges, and what this regulation is trying to do is sort of clarify that meaning. And if you disagree with the meaning, we can certainly talk about that. But that seemed the most logical sort of interpretation of that. Now that much being said, we don't know what other sorts of charges you would like to put on the utility bill that would not be bundled in the aggregation charges. Or maybe aggregation charges includes all of the charges that the retail, or rather the CCA wants to charge. But for the purpose of interpreting that and making a practical and enforceable sort of set of rules here, we're not saying you can't have unbundled non-energy charges, or even can't have sort of optional charges that folks can select that are charged by the kilowatt hour. But we just really didn't know what you wanted to do with that. So trying to keep in line with what that paragraph V talks about is there's a section there on tariff structure for non-commodity aggregation for non-commodity fees and charges. So that's what this is trying to accomplish there, but I don't think we knew enough about what you wanted to do. But this is our interpretation of what you can do bundled in with supply rate.
I mean, I see where you're going, but I think there's a big difference between, providing somewhere, these are the types of things that are included, and listing, the bullet list of the the type of charge versus the cents per kilowatt hour. I think there's a big difference between those two things, and we need to take a look at this.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, Michael, and then Lori, and then Robbie.
Thank you, Judge Grace. Phil, what would be your thought to the text in 03.A saying something like a CCA shall describe in its aggregation plan the method in which it will communicate non-commodity charges and rates?
Well,
And then you would either, and then we would discuss it, because like you said, you kind of tried to craft this not knowing exactly what we want to do. But we also don't yet know exactly, like it seems unobjectionable. I hear what you're saying, but
You won't know at the time of the plan either, because you're thinking about maybe starting with one method, moving to another method. So it doesn't solve the problem.
well, right. Well, right. But a plan can always be modified when circumstances on the ground change sufficiently, as determined, either by the commission, the CCA, or someone else who would file a complaint or whatnot. So we're just trying to leave a little bit of, again, we're not opposing this per se, but we just would like the opportunity to think about it a little bit more, and certainly we will describe this information. The exact manner in which it's communicated is what we're thinking. That generally what we're looking for in these regulations, specifically sections exactly like this one, is a directive to the CCA to tell the commission certain things. In other words, telling the CCA what it needs to do, but not necessarily how to do it. And so this is like a perfect example where there's a common interest among everyone to have this information communicated. This is probably like an ideal topic to discuss this on, because it's so unobjectionable in a sense, but the principle is the same, in that the way we think that the regulations would be most productive and flexible for not only Montgomery County, but also for potential future CCAs, is for the regulations to tell the CCA what it needs to do, but not how it needs to do it unless absolutely necessary.
So
That's
from my
why-
view, this straw man doesn't tell Montgomery County what to do. Montgomery County can put any components in its bundled charges that it wants to do. It's not telling Montgomery County how to do it and how to be transparent about it. It's saying that it needs to be transparent, and in order to be transparent, this is the information that's needed.
Non-commodity. So J, right, I understand. J says we cannot assess new fees, taxes, or other charges that are not related to providing electricity supply. Okay. So O2 is right from the statute. It is what it is, right? Whatever. But whether there are potentially other, I just don't know yet. We want to think about whether the separate line item is, that may be the only way to do it. But the point is, these provisions should be telling the CCA what to tell the commission it's going to do, but not necessarily how it's going to do all those things. So I can't come up on the spot with what the alternative to the separate line item might be, but maybe there is such a alternative. Why should we be locked in today to that one way of doing it, is my question.
Okay.
Now, we can talk about this in the work group, but we don't want to memorialize some things like this in the regulation. And it only becomes more important on every other provision, by the way.
Okay, great. I've made a note. Go ahead, Lori.
you, Judge Grace. I'm just a little confused by C1, 2, and 3. I see where they're drawn from J in the law. But I'm just a little confused maybe about the way it's written, and particularly with regard to 3. I understand 1 and 2 is pretty directly out of the law, that promoting energy efficiency programs within the county, it needs to be done in consultation with essentially existing programs at DHCD and with the utilities like Empower. But number 3 is what's confusing me, is because it seems like the law is allowing the county to also promote energy efficiency programs that are supplemental to those that already exist and have been approved by the commission. It says, but permitted in subsection 2 of this section. I think that's of the law, not the regulations. Anyway, my bottom line is, as written, will these regulations allow the county to promote its own energy efficiency programs that are supplemental to those that already exist? Or is this somehow restricting that?
Laura, I'll try to answer that. I think all we were attempting to do here is implement what that law said regarding programs that can be bundled in. So it looks like the first 2 requirements that are basically saying, the promotion has to be conducted in consultation with the utility and with Department of Housing and Community Development. So that's sort of discussing a utility energy efficiency program, not the county's own. I think that's what we read from the section of the law that's probably from 2. And then the paragraph 3 in the law, I don't know if I'm getting my paragraphs, what have you there, on page 12, it's like right below the paragraph 2. That is saying that if the CCA wants to promote a program that are supplemental to any of the utility programs, those costs can be incorporated, and that's what's trying to be picked up there in, I guess it's subsection 3 of the regulation. So C3 is basically saying that if there are programs that are supplemental to the programs that are described in C1 and 2, maybe it shouldn't be subsection C, maybe section C, because the other limitation is that the energy efficiency programs have to be commission approved. That's again referring to a utility energy efficiency program, which is what the paragraph J2 seems to be addressing.
So would you agree that this would be more precise to say the programs are supplemental to programs permitted in C1 and 2 of this section of the regulation, that it's really referring back to just C1 and 2 above 3, that they're supplemental to those programs? Where I'm going is it's presuming that the county's own energy efficiency programs do not need to be approved by the commission.
So I think so C2 in our reg here is talking about an electric utility energy efficiency program that they may provide a supplemental promotion of. And it's simply saying, I think it's in response to J2 in the law, or J3, I have to look at it again. The county would not be permitted to make its own energy efficiency program unless it was supplemental to an existing utility energy efficiency program. I think that's what we read into the law there. So 2 is basically saying it's got to be approved by the commission, and 3, so C3 is saying that you can have a program that's supplemental to an approved utility energy efficiency program, and And so the supplemental program, if it's the county supplemental, doesn't get approved by the commission, but it's got to be supplemental to a utility commission approved energy efficiency program.
Yeah, so let me give you an example that I'm thinking of, that, you know, the state has the Empower program, which is commission improved. The existing Empower program, this may get reformed, but the existing Empower program doesn't provide any incentives if you wish to replace an efficient gas system for hot water, space heating, with an electric system that's highly efficient. If you wish to do that, the county may provide its incentives that are not provided for under Empower. So what I'm saying is it's actually a complementary, different, and additional program that it may wish to provide that is supplemental to the approved one, versus just supplemental promotion where the county promotes the already existing Empower program. So I'm just wanting to make sure that the county can go above and beyond what is already available, should it choose.
Someone might dispute whether or not that's supplemental, if rather than upgrading gas hot water heaters, more efficient gas hot water heaters, it would be a replacement of gas hot water heaters with like a heat pump hot water heater. Is that what you're asking? Like, is that considered supplemental or complementary?
Yeah, so I guess basically, not to overthink this, the county can do those programs regardless. The only constraint here is, should it wish to apply any costs associated with that program, either the program itself or the promotion thereof, as part of its CCA rate. If it doesn't choose to include it in the CCA rate, it's not relevant to this discussion.
Right.
Okay. But still, I think, I still think the language of 3 is confusing, because I believe it refers back to subsection 2, as does the law, but you're really only referring to permitted in C1 and 2.
So the C is the section, and then 1, 2, and 3 are subsections. And then in subsection 3, we're referring to what is permitted to be supplemented, which is basically a program that is allowed in subsection 2 of C. So I'm definitely trying to refer to the regulation right above it. And I think that is the correct way to do it, but you can certainly take a look at it. I mean, C is definitely a section. The letters right below the regulation. So O2 is a regulation. A, B, and C are sections. 2 in parentheses. That 1, 2, and 3, I couldn't get Word to put both parentheses around that one, but in the way the regs are written up, it's 2 with parentheses on both sides of it.
Oh, okay. So it's really only referring to 2 that precedes 3.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, that's my confusion.
Yeah. There's a way to get it to do it. I got it to work for some other sections, but I could not get Word to cooperate and put both parentheses on either side of the 2.
Okay, thank you.
That's what that will say. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Sorry to prolong this. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Robbie's next, and then Lisa.
Thank you, Judge Grace. Phil, going back to section 03, currently the CCA will be, I'm sorry, hang on. The CCA is going to be using Bill Ready and POR. And under the tariff, we will not purchase any non-commodity charges. So are you saying under number 3, they're going to list out the rate, and then of that rate, what is non-commodity? Because we shouldn't be purchasing that.
Right, that's a great point. And the way this is written, it doesn't address what is broken out on the bill. This 03A is stating that if there's a bundled charge, then it will be broken out in terms and conditions. So all you're going to get from them under your bill ready approach is a dollar amount, and you I don't think get any sort of like sub rate information from them. So under your existing system, probably we need to make sure everyone's in agreement that these non-commodity elements are something you may purchase under POR, if that's what you're asking.
Correct. Yeah.
So
Because if they,
yeah, go ahead.
yeah, say if they send over like the line item descriptions and one of those line items is a non-commodity charge, our
Right.
system can't differentiate what is or what is not payable. As long as the line items total the TDS segment, the total amount due, we're going to pay that. We can't pick and choose which line items to pay.
Right. So under the existing EDI, they can't send you like separate kilowatt hour billed amounts, right? They can send
Correct.
you like one. They even send the rate itself in the EDI.
They can be on the line item. They can put the rate times the kilowatt hours. Yes.
So your system is basically gonna, what you bill is the total, but you actually know the rate they're charging from what they send you.
If they send it over, correct. Yes.
Okay. And that's not something without further edits. They can't actually even send you, if they had 3 components of like their supply charge, they can't send that. They could send the supply charge to you so you know what the per kilowatt hour rate is, but they cannot send you 3 different components that sum to that rate.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So basically, in order to, if these are determined, and this is maybe something we'll have to figure out what's the correct way to deal with this. If they are not permitted, or if you're not permitted to purchase anything other than the energy supply piece of this,
Mhm.
do they have the ability to send you more than one like build amounts? In other words, if the utility wanted, or sorry, if the CCA or their supplier, if they send like, the total that we want the customer to pay is $150, but only 140 of that is actually the cost of the energy supply that is being billed to us by the retail supplier. There's $10 in there that are these non-commodity charges for energy efficiency. Can they send you 2 separate amounts to bill?
If one is for non-commodity, no, they cannot send us 2. Again, we don't, whatever the supplier sends over, we pay. So we have to assume that that rate that they're sending over does not include any non-commodity charges.
Okay. How do you implement, and I forget exactly where the commission provided this direction. The commission at somewhere it said that you may only purchase the commodity piece.
Right. That came about when suppliers were trying to send over the early termination fees along with the bill.
Okay. And they bill an early termination fee then?
They can bill it. They can bill it separately. They can mail the bill themselves to the customer. They cannot send that over for us to pay.
Okay. So the only way this really works is if you are permitted, and the CCA is permitted to consider these energy efficiency charges as actual commodity charges. Otherwise, there'd be no way for them to bill them.
They could, well, if the supplier can bill, they bill them separately, but yeah.
Right. No, they wouldn't be able to bill it on your bill. They would have
correct. Correct. Exactly. Correct.
All right. So for this to actually work as written, you have to have, and maybe we'll need a commission sort of direction on this so that it's clear. They will need to be able to bill these non-commodity charges as if they actually are commodity charges, which then sort of puts them at odds with like all other retail suppliers who may not bill anything other than just the commodity charge.
Exactly. Yeah. We shouldn't be purchasing anything that is non-commodity, period.
Right. So given that the way the law is written, they are permitted to sort of incorporate those charges in the aggregation charges. We're going to need something that says you can purchase non-commodity charges for CCA.
And that's not going to fly too well, I'm sure, with the other suppliers. Yeah.
Probably would be a problem.
If I may, this is Misty with Potomac Edison. technically they could free type in the NTE lines to say what those charges are made up of, but I doubt that they're going to want to do that as far as, you know, to say like this charge is made up of X, Y, Z. But that doesn't answer the non-commodity and the commodity. That's kind of backtracking on what you said as far as whether or not they could say what these charges are made up of. That still only gives them so many characters and so many lines. So it's not going to get them very far, but I doubt they're going to want to use all their lines to answer that question.
Robbie, do you remember, was that a commission order?
Yes.
Like a letter order that said, don't purchase non-commodity?
Yeah. I think it's when POR went in.
Right. I'm not sure I can put my hands on it.
2015 from there was
Maybe 12,
12. Yeah.
maybe 10.
Robbie, isn't it right in the regs? I thought.
I know it's in our tariff. It's in the, I think it's in the tariff, but that under POR, but we will not purchase.
Yeah, I don't know if it made it into the regs or not.
Yeah, I don't, this is Leah, sorry, just kind of got my attention. Hearing you guys talk about this, I think that's right. I don't remember it being in the regs either. I know that when POR got it put in place, I think something got put in about not purchasing early cancellation fees, because previously that had not been as part of the rules. So like I remember that piece, but I don't recall the rest of the bundled piece, but it definitely came up during the STB conversations, right? So
right. Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll have to maybe make a note as to, so under the existing scenario, that was addressed with the commission order. Maybe we can clarify this, but yeah, the law sort of says they can add these non-commodity charges into the aggregated rates and charges. And one way to interpret it is that they're bundled within. I mean, conceivably, that could be interpreted as not bundled, and then they separately listed, which is not consistent with the way the utilities are able to put those types of charges on these UCB bills right now. So,
well, it definitely creates an imbalance between what other suppliers can do. I mean, we've been expressly prohibited from doing that. So,
right. But in order to allow the CCA to actually incorporate these other types of costs and get it billed, we're going to need to solve that problem, whether or not that's solved in a way that is considered unfair by retail suppliers, or if the commission reconsiders what retail suppliers can bill as part of this. That's maybe something we have to think about. But right now, this is sort of conceiving that they're just going to bundle it in the rate and the utility's going to bill it. And
Yeah, but keep in mind also when you say that, because we purchase a receivable, that becomes ours, and that becomes a balance due and could lead to disconnection. And we really can't turn a customer off for not paying something that is not commodity related. It's for energy, like efficiency. I mean, how do we justify how
I agree,
we're
Robbie.
disconnecting? I mean, it's hard.
that's right now, if you don't pay your full distribution bill, which includes a fairly hefty charge for energy efficiency programs, you can be disconnected for that. Right?
yeah, but I mean, Phil, I'm sure, I don't know. I know Ben sort of led the charge in the SCP group, but we had lengthy conversations about these topics in the context of SCB and, what's getting purchased and, what's the payment posting methodology. This is not a small issue. These are huge issues that, it seems to me, respectfully to everyone, like we can't treat the rest of the suppliers in the market vastly, completely differently on this topic than we treat the CCA.
It's not fair.
It's just totally unacceptable. It's totally unacceptable.
So, and I sort of understand where you're coming from, Leah, but from a practical standpoint, if the CCA wants to have energy efficiency programs or renewable promotion, and they want to collect it through that rate, the law lets them do it. and might be a real heavy lift to have the utility build something that could sort of separate those and then not purchase those costs. Like that's sort of a technical, you could do it, but technically it would require a lot of work to make it happen. So from
Or we go down the dual bill path. I mean,
Wow.
well, yeah, that's another,
yeah.
that's another like really hard to do kind of problem. But Leah, from a standpoint of a retail supplier, this just makes it easier for you to compete against the CCA rate. So like, think about like whether or not this would be harmful to your ability to compete. Because you're probably not going to try to incorporate an energy efficiency charge if it's going to, I don't know what suppliers.
So you're not going to convince me that it's not a problem. You're not going to convince me of that. I mean, to me, this is a pretty fundamental problem.
Yeah, I understand it's a problem,
I mean,
but can we actually solve it in a way that makes it completely even Steven in the amount of time we have, without having the utility build something pretty extensive to, be able to, separately purchase just the commodity piece versus, whatever's bundled in there. I mean, just like the system can't do that right now. And we could probably make a system that could do that, but I don't know what that would cost, and would probably take a while. So I'm not saying don't, go back and think about this, because everybody's just seeing this for the first time today. I think this is on the schedule for 2 weeks to be like thought about again and discussed. So like I appreciate the thoughts there. And we certainly also looked at this and say, well, this does create a little bit of a situation. So let's think about like, all the practical things that could be done to sort of make this not like unfair to retail supply. But at the same time, I don't see another, and we thought about this for at least a little while, and we did not come up with a means to like solve this problem such that non-commodity elements, which are clearly permitted by the law, establishing this DCA, could be done anything else other than just bundling them in and billing it, like it's all supply component. If there's another way to do
can you point to the provision in the law that says
it's in
purchase
J.
of receivables is required?
Oh, in POR for this?
Yes.
I don't actually, I went looking for something that said we have to use UCB. I think it just said somewhere that they can use the utility billing system. And I couldn't actually, I was looking for.
So it doesn't actually specifically say that these charges are eligible for purchase of receivables, right? I mean, I don't recall that. I'm just saying, like, I do not recall that.
I mean, that's probably fair. I went looking for something more specific in there and did not actually see it. I think based on our previous discussions, we assumed that utility UCB, utility consolidated billing, is how this would get built and operated, which sort of implies that there's POR. So, but it also wouldn't be practical to have the CCA not be able to use POR.
Well, it's also not practical to treat the CCA completely differently than all other suppliers in the entire market for the last 20 years. I mean, like, that's not logical either. And so the law is not saying specifically that this is required to create this imbalance. It does not say that.
Right. Well, yeah,
I'm just saying, like, I mean, like, the supply community will pitch a holy fit about this. This is just totally unacceptable. I mean, we just went through a pretty big drag it out discussions on the SCD side around these very same issues and worrying about bundling, and got into such the weeds that,
isn't it sort of fair to say that by the time the CCA starts up, SCB will be available, and there would be a reasonable presumption that the majority of retail supply will move?
No, not relevant, because the SCB rules prevent suppliers from offering bundled products even if they're doing the billing, right? Without jumping through hoops and worrying about all this cost allocation. So no, the fact that SCB will be in place does not fix the problem.
Okay, well, I would certainly be very interested in understanding how we might modify this so that we can achieve the sort of legislative requirement that the CCA can incorporate these energy efficiency renewable promotional costs into what they're billing, and also not run afoul of the requirement that the utility may only purchase the may purchase only the commodity component. But it seems that if someone declares that these promotional costs are in fact part of the commodity, that might be how this gets solved, although obviously the retail suppliers might not agree with that, because you wouldn't have that same ability under retail choice the way it stands now, which then maybe requires the commission, if they want to be take your viewpoint into effect, to have to say, all right, well, these are the types of things that we'll consider to be portions of the commodity, which would then allow you to bill promotional types of programs under the same things. But maybe the commission, maybe that's the solution for it. But if that's the case, then maybe you should ask for that or something sort of concrete, because otherwise we can't afford to wait to hold this up, given that we got to get this done by the first week of, well, third or fourth week of January. So I know everyone's just seeing this for the first time. So take it back, figure out what you would be okay with, given what we've talked about, and let's consider some alternatives. Those alternatives might be changes to this or a corresponding relaxation of the commission's requirements for other portions of the market. Now, this POR prohibition on purchasing non-commodity was a result of a commission order, and I'll let the lawyers tell me whether or not that's relatively straightforward for the commission to solve by issuing another one. Maybe that's something that the commission would consider if that's what you want to do.
So Phyllis said that staff hasn't come up. I mean, this is a pretty complicated issue. Phyllis said that staff hasn't come up with any solutions. So we're looking towards everyone else to think about this and come back with some possible solutions for discussion at the next meeting. And if we need to have an off week meeting, we can do that. Or if you want to call some of the other parties and have a conference call to try to hash it out, that'd be great too. But this is kind of a big one, so it would be great if we didn't get stuck on it. Fran has her hand raised.
Just a question. I know it costs money and the utilities are usually opposed to it, adding line items to bills. But if they were able to add line items to bills under CCA charges, and they were broken out separately between the three things that staff has listed, does that solve the problem?
And by breaking it out, do you mean that they would not purchase the promotional charges that are broken out?
Yeah, those would not be subject to the POR requirements. It would just be the energy, because it really isn't fair to have purchase of receivables pick up advertising or promoting expenses. So if those three items were broken out under CCA charges on the bill, and I know that always costs money. I know Pepco always says that. I'm not disputing that. But then the purchase of receivables only applied to the commodity portion. Does that help with the issue?
So real fast, I mean, for PHI, I think we allow the suppliers 10 line items on their bill. But those line items must total the TDS segment or the total bill amount. We can't pick and choose which ones to pay. So whatever they send over has to total, and we're going to pay that total amount. So if those line items include one for commodity, one for non-commodity, that's going to be the total bill amount. That's going to be paid.
Unless we do massive programming to somehow change that.
Correct. Like, don't pay CCA POR.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hypothetically, if the CCA was going to pay for that massive programming, whatever that cost, is that a solution, even though it might be an expensive one?
I don't know that we could get it done in time for whatever day that is. We're talking October 1st of whatever year.
Okay, I'm just looking for a solution, that's all.
Leah,
Don't
do
think-
you think that's-
Wait, Bev, you don't think you could have, if the commission were to rule on this in the spring, you don't think you could have it done in like 18 months?
I don't know, this isn't the only thing that we have to do.
No, I understand. I was just
there's-
trying to get it. It may be cost prohibitive anyway, but
For
you
a
know,
pilot
and believe me,
program.
the sooner you want it to get done, that makes it even more,
yeah. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I was gonna say, Leah, did you have a response to what Fran just suggested?
Well, I mean, to the extent that, charges for energy efficiency and advertising and things could be separated as a line item and not purchased, but be billed. I mean, sure, that solution could work, right? I mean, that's part of the point is the fact that suppliers are being held to the standard that, we can't bundle anything and you can't push things through on POR. And then in reverse, when we're doing the billing to sell back receivables to the utilities, we've got to go through, the machinations of doing proper cost allocation when people make partial payments. I mean, to the extent those can be separated and only purchase those commodity related charges, that starts to at least level the playing field, sure. But I recognize what that means. I mean, I'm not a programmer, but I get it. I've heard it all. Like, I understand that that's some gymnastics to get through, but I mean, at least it starts to be a more fair kind of solution. And frankly, if the utilities have the capability to list charges separately that would otherwise be bundled on a bill, well, then all suppliers should be able to take advantage of that too. It shouldn't just be the CCA that gets to take advantage of that kind of functionality, right? So.
Okay, well, that's perhaps helpful to understand whether or not we should think about that as an option.
And I'll say, Phil, that's just off the top of my head, right? I mean,
right.
I think it warrants some, we want to go away and think about it and talk about it with, the other suppliers too. So to just make sure what everybody thinks about that, but.
Yeah, that's a great idea. And we have it in our schedule for taking this back and then coming back with other options.
Misty,
And can I ask a question? I'm sorry. I thought of something else. I mean, I have a recollection, and it's been a few years, and I don't think we've ever availed ourselves of it. And I don't know if, Bev, this is a question that there being something with BG&E where, like BG&E Home at one point was offering something and you all were billing, and I thought there was a way wasn't there some requirement that BG&E enable suppliers to put other services on their bill that wouldn't go through POR, but that could be billed because BG&E Home was doing it? Am I making any sense, or am I completely off the mark on what I'm recalling?
No, we do offer but it was still limited to energy related stuff. And I don't remember the full list, but we did allow people to put other kinds of charges, but it would be done. It's kind of separate. And so, we do have that ability, I believe. But
yeah, Bev, we do. But it's limited to only certain types of charges at this point. And I think, and we don't purchase those receivables.
Right, but so that's helpful. At least I'm not making that stuff up. I think that, I don't know if that offers a potential structure as a way to deal with this particular instance. And I know BG&E's got just a tiny slice of the impacted population here, but just as a solutions go, and we're trying to figure out how to address it, it does occur to me that could be at least on the table for consideration, because it exists, and maybe it would need to be modified, but at least it's a model that sort of exists already.
Lisa, do you want to comment?
Yeah, so I just want to make sure I understand if it, so is only BG&E doing that or have that capability? Or was that something that all of the utilities are able to do right now because they're have done it or are doing it?
PHI does not.
Thanks. I think I had lots of questions earlier, but I think this has sort of been, I think the issues have been sort of fleshed out. So I think now at this point, maybe some pondering our positions is necessary now that we've talked it all out. So thank you.
Okay. Hopefully somebody's going to come up with something great, and this is not going to, we're going to come up with a solution for this. So I guess we'll wait and see. Sorry, I'm taking notes. Okay. Does anybody else have anything to talk about with regards to 14?
I did want to just bring up one issue there, going down to look at 03B. So I mean, the law seems to talk about coming up with tariffs, schedule for a for non-tariff charges or non-commodity charges. And what we've just been talking about is charges that would have been bundled in with the rates themselves and not billed as a separate item. So if there are other ways to sort of bill these like either the ones that are permitted to be billed in the bundled, if there's a desire to, and if one of our ultimate solutions for this is billing those separately somehow, or if there's other types of charges that the CCA need to bill through whatever consolidated billing approach they're using, but we're not bundled. I want to leave a placeholder for that because we weren't really sure what the county was thinking about. So to the extent that there aren't any, I think we would sort of get rid of B, and 03 would just be just A. But if there's something else, I think we sort of need the county to tell us if there are other types of things that we would want to be able to charge. And then, of course, we have to deal with how does the utility sort of provide that billing. If, as I think what Robbie described, is right now, there's the total bill. That's what they purchased. So that's what it kind of needed to understand, maybe from the county's perspective. Are there other non-commodity charges that wouldn't be part of the CCA service that you would want to have addressed here in terms of the tariff structure that's permitted? That's probably for the county mostly.
I'm sorry, I'll answer for that. We'll look at that. I mean, I guess, isn't the question whether all the other stuff is actually bundled too? Isn't this kind of a two-part?
Well, so so be sort of assuming that the other stuff is bundled. Yeah. But what I didn't, I was sort of leaving that open because depending on how you want to read what the section V, I think it's maybe 4, talks about the non-commodity tariff structure, whatever.
V3, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's just there because I'm like, there might be something else that they need to fill, but I didn't know exactly what it was. So this is probably where it goes. If there's some other sort of something that describes what you can bill or other services that can go along with it, just wanted to leave that as an option. So just, if nothing comes up, maybe there's something left here that, allows for that to be considered, further, or maybe this just gets deleted and this is the only, the 3 things that are mentioned are really what's only conceived of, at least for the purpose of the pilot. But that's for maybe the county to think about and come back with, here's what we want to put in there.
Or we'll do that. I understand what you're saying. I think it's likely that we'll want to, put a put something in there that allows for the possibility, if not spelling out exactly what all that means right now, but I appreciate the placeholder. We'll get back to you.
Okay. And then before we move off of this, so I think and I don't know if I captured everything people grasp, but in terms of the options of what we have for sort of implementing these energy efficiency and renewable promotional costs, I think I heard, our sort of suggestion here is the simplest way to do is just bundle it, understanding that's objectionable. I think the other two things folks talked about was the consideration of billing them separately, meaning they would not be on the utility bill, which might be okay from perhaps the retail suppliers standpoint, because they could do the same things with what they've got. Maybe not so great for the CCA, because then they'd have to sort of find a way to do that, not to mention customers get confused if multiple bills come in. And then I think, possibly we're talking about rearranging the way UCB billing works to allow for separate charges, but then that creates a need to reprogram the system to allow for more than one total amount. Was there another, other than those three sort of options that we talked about, that just to sort of maybe get everybody on the same page as to what might be coming back? And then certainly if somebody comes up with another couple of ways to do it, we'd be interested in hearing that as well. But did I capture all of the things that were sort of suggested, at least in this initial discussion? Okay, so it sounds like maybe that was it. So that's all I had.
Okay, so there's one more section 12. I think we can go ahead and handle that before a lunch break, but I'd like to take a 5-minute break before that. Is that okay with you, Phil, or would you rather wait, take a lunch break and handle 12 afterwards?
I have learned it's not a great idea to say no to a break, so let's do that.
Okay, so let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll go to section 12.
Sounds good.
Okay, I guess we can get started with number 12. Phil, are you handling this one?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. All right. So this is really just addressing. There's some elements of the legislation sort of get to like where we have to have some regs in this, but in the event that there's a need to terminate the CCA, so close it down, transfer customers back to SOS, we just wanted to have some sort of requirements there that can make sure that's mitigate any issues to like SOS or the other suppliers or the customers in the county, just generally. So we're conceding here that there are, a planned program termination, and maybe that's, what would happen normally at the end of the pilot if there's a desire to not continue it, the CCA going forward. And there may be some other issues that have to get addressed as part of continuing the CCA after the pilot's over. But to the extent that something happens either at the end of the pilot or somewhere between now and then, that there is a desire to end the CCA pilot, this puts in place some requirements to provide notice. 04, and I'll go through each of the individual items in a second, but 03 and 04 are more or less the same, with the exception of the 04 is if it happens suddenly or in a manner that wasn't planned. So I'll just go through each of these elements here and sort of see if there's any questions about it. So the first thing there is 24 months prior to the termination date, CCA has to notify the commission, all of the customers, both residential and small commercial, that are in the county, and all of the utilities that have customers of the CCA of any planned partial or full termination of CCA electric supply service, in particular here, that could result in CCA customers switching to SOS supply. So partial or full. So full termination of the CCA would be the CCA essentially transferring all the customers back. Partial might be a shutdown of a portion, or perhaps the particular, maybe it's a shutdown of small commercial and not residential, or vice versa, or some portion of one of the classes due to some element of the supply, something of that nature. The 24 months of notice, that may be sufficient to mitigate any issues and get back to the standard SOS procurement process. The 24 months sort of with thought that hopefully the timing of it is sufficient to get back into a standard process for SOS. Obviously, depending on when the notice is provided, it might not line up and give exactly a full 24 months to work that into the next procurement process for SOS, but there may be some better ways to do it, but that's the intent there. All right, so the notice is supposed to have these for the plan, these the four elements there. The electricity supply offerings terminated. So if it's all of them, great. If it's only the residential or only the small commercial or only a particular type of what's being provided. The range of dates of termination. So if it's either on everything after this date, or we're going to sort of wind it down by closing one first, or one type first, that sort of thing. Number of customers served by the CCA supply offering, the CCA plans to switch. An explanation of how the customers would be notified of the planned electric supply service termination. So those are all common to the unplanned, which basically has the same requirements. And the difference is number 5, in that if there is an explanation, if there's an unplanned termination, there's the explanation that the electric supply, the explanation of why this services are being terminated is also to be provided. And we anticipate there may be some other things that need to go in here if there's some other practical considerations or some other entities that need to be notified. But this is sort of what we came up with. Any questions on that element?
Can I ask a question, Phil?
Yes, sir.
Lisa? So why is this included? Like, are you using the requirement that the termination be included in the aggregation plan? Is that the section that you're like you're drafting this off of? I guess I'm kind of unclear why this is a reg.
I think there is a section that sort of requires a plan to. I think this is back in. If I can find the section for you in the law. I mean, this is generally it's sort of a practical. Some of it's built on some practicality. Clearly, like the 24 months element of notice. That's not. I don't think that's in the law. If you look back at so on page 18 of the law, it is V10. Procedures by which community choice aggregator may be dissolved, including procedures for the transfer of customers to standard offer service and the resale of contracted electricity supply. That gets to a little bit further. 9 basically says procedures to mitigate any risk to standard offer service customers caused by the potential for customers to migrate from community choice aggregator to standard offer service. So that probably also is part of what we need to do to sort of mitigate risk if folks are transferring of their own accord rather than transferring because they're all being transferred at one time. That's part of this, and I think there's another section here. Yeah, I should have written all these down for you. There's another. I'll have to find it. Those are the ones that I have right without digging through it. I think there's another section that talks about what happens when like there's a section that says if you actually drop all the customers back to SOS, you can't restart it, and that's addressed in the next regulation after 5. Does that help you?
Yeah, it does. I guess I'm just kind of confused as to it's in the aggregation plan requirements. So I mean, yeah, definitely. And keep going. I'm not trying to interrupt your presentation of these. I get that these are just the first time we're seeing it, but that was just my first question was sort of where is this based on? So thanks.
Right. So I think it's a combination of practical considerations of what folks would need in order to prepare for this, in order to minimize any impact to SOS or other stuff. And then there are some requirements in the regulations to actually cover this specifically, so that this is part of what we have to put regulations in describing. So, all right, unless there's any other questions on 3 and 4, just describing the notice, then we'll have a regulation 5 sort of the meat of the termination issue itself. All right, Judge Grace, we could scroll down to 05. Probably go all the way to the top, get the whole thing in there. There we go. All right, so CCA termination. So first section there, the CCA shall coordinate with each electric company to transfer customers back to the SOS upon termination of the CCA in order to mitigate the impact to SOS procurement. There's probably a need to coordinate with each electric company to transfer so that they can handle 10,000 accounts per day if we're transferring a lot. But what we're looking at here is if something is happening, especially if it's an unplanned termination and a number of accounts are coming back to SOS, there's to the extent that it can be managed, either done at a particular rate over a fixed amount of time. I have the expectation there that the utilities would and the CCAs would sort of work to make sure that that was done as easily as possible. B, and this gets back, there's a portion of the law that specifically that states this, that a CCA transfers all customers to SOS is considered to be dissolved. So like you're dropping all the customers back to standard offer service, and the CCA effectively stops operating. If there is a desire to restart the CCA, it basically has to go back through the entire process that we're doing in the when it gets started up. So refiling a plan, doing all those things on a schedule that the commission has to approve. So it would have to happen over a period of time that is designed not to create issues for SOS. So this is perhaps something that says if the CCA for some reason has to do this, there'll be a considerable amount of work that would be done to sort of restart the CCA. But that's sort of straight from the law. So there's again also in the law that basically says if there's stranded cost, that doesn't get transferred back to SOS customers. So this is sort of parsing that a little more completely and saying that if the CCA may not recover from electric company customers or electric companies, although I'm not entirely sure how that would have been done in the first place, but just to be very clear, any stranded costs that are a result of electricity supply contracts or generation ownership, or perhaps contracts should also be there, I don't know, would be not something that electric company customers or the utility itself would be responsible for. I think the law specifically states that the county is responsible for that. And maybe there's a way to incorporate that here, but I think for the purpose of these regulations, this is just trying to say, as the CCA is winding down, or if there's a need to sort of bill customers, extra in order to recover costs for stranded costs, that would then get purchased by the utility and then put on the utilities balance sheet, or their not their balance sheet, but their like unrecovered costs. That would not be something that CCA would be permitted to do, to like bill extra for sort of costs associated with termination. And then E is just I don't think it's directly in the regs, but companies should make best efforts to mitigate any electric company SOS procurement costs associated with transferring CCA customers back to SOS upon termination. And thinking of section E there, also think of regulation 07, which I wasn't exactly sure how we would write that up, but to the extent that the CCA is ending and there are still energy supply contracts that are in place that don't create an issue, if that is something that a utility would be able to make use of in order to not have to go into the market at higher prices in order to take on all the customers coming back from the CCA to SOS. This is sort of suggesting, but stronger language could be added if that was necessary, that the county is going to essentially, if the CCA is winding down, do what is possible to make sure that those customers can be taken on by SOS. If there are things that the county can do, make it easier for the utility. There's hopefully, after folks think about this and what could happen, maybe there's a way to be more specific about that, because I would imagine that's sort of general, and whether or not it's enforceable is sort of still up in the air. All right, and I'll just the next one I'll just finish up, and then we can talk about it further. But suspension of enrollments, all this is saying is if there's notice that the program's terminating under 3 or 4, the CCA should stop enrolling new customers unless the commission directs otherwise to continue that. And if there are costs associated with the suspension of enrollments, and it might be something along the lines of, maybe you suddenly have to transfer more than what is normally can be processed by the utility. or if there are other types of system changes or something that has to happen, that the utility would be able to recover that those costs from the county as a result of that termination, so that those aren't imposed on the rest of the ratepayers. And then 07, there's some language in the law that talks about developing regulations for procedures. There's, I think, the concept there that the CCA would have energy that's contracted that they would not need because they're terminating, and there may be some value to the county to selling those if they have a marketable value at that point. And so there may be some need to impose some guidance on how that's done, or what those costs would be used for, or perhaps directing the value of that to be part of what mitigates the costs of taking the customers back onto SOS. But we weren't really able to sort of put anything around that, but it's in the law, and so I just want to leave a placeholder for that as well. Are there any questions or comments?
So there's no hands raised.
All right. Then I guess that's all we have, to present for this, unless there's any other, I don't know, Dave or anybody else on staff, you have any other things you wanted to add in to this? But if not, I guess we'll just let people absorb it and see what sort of questions come up. I would like to make sure that we sort of have a couple of folks sit down and sort of parse through like how this would work, like if there was a need to terminate the CCA, either because the program came to an end and there was a decision, not to move it beyond the pilot, or if maybe we should just think a little bit about how to go about, if something happened to the CCA's, provider, what would be the procedure for doing this, and make sure that we've at least thought about that, so that we're, just in case something happened, we'd be able to manage it. So I would maybe encourage some discussion of that amongst the parties, and then when we come back in 2 weeks, if anyone has any ideas about what else needs to be covered, it would, I think, be helpful to have a plan, or at least think about like what might happen if you suddenly had to return a large number of customers back to SOS. That's all we had.
Okay. So we also have the items that Montgomery County prepared previously, some sections that they had, so we'll be going to those next, but in the meantime, I think we can take a lunch break now. So it's 12:20. Let's come back at 1 o'clock. And we'll turn to Montgomery County then.
Sounds good.
Okay, and we're back. Lisa, are you back yet?
Yes, Judge Grace, I am back, but I believe Michael is going to take the lead on going through these regs. So let me see if he is back.
Okay, while we're waiting for him, I have a question. So can you see my screen?
Yes.
And do you see email?
Mhm.
Okay, so your email said that you had 3, 6, 11, 16, and 18. But looking at the chapters, it's 3, 6, and 7, 11, and 18. So 16 is missing.
So no, what I said was, so yeah, I see what you're saying, but if you look at the parenthetical, so we've attached 3,
Oh, yeah.
6, which combines the residential and non-residential.
Okay.
11, 16 is not a separate file. It's included as in parts in consumer protection and parts in the aggregation plan chapters, and the 18. So yes, you are correct that we were sort of trying to use staff's list sort of so people could compare. So we've sort of accounted for those sections, but yes, we've attached fewer because we've combined some things.
Okay, so 16, where it's part of it's in 6. Okay, so I'll save my question for later. But are these chapters, are the edits that you have inside the documents? Are these did you start with staff's documents, or did you start these from scratch, or from
we generally started them from the supplier regs.
Okay. Okay. Michael, are you with us?
I am with us.
Which one do you want to start with?
We can start with, might as well start with the lowest number first.
So that's 3.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Perfect. Okay. Well, the comments are somewhat self-explanatory, or hopefully fully self-explanatory. Like Lisa mentioned, the starting point was the existing regulations, consistent with our position throughout. And so recognizing, though, that there are some distinctions due to the nature of the CCA, we made those adaptations where appropriate. So in the current world, when a supplier wants to sign up a customer, they go through a pre-enrollment process. Because of the notice requirements that are part of the CCA, mostly starting up, we saw this pre-enrollment process section as a logical place to insert like the notice steps that apply to the CCA, but that don't apply to other suppliers. And so for that reason, we modified the title of the section to clarify that. So we also thought that it would be helpful to insert purposes where appropriate. We saw that a provision either called purpose or scope exists in other sections of COMAR. And so to the extent it would be helpful, we inserted those statements in our provisions also. So this is the purpose, is to adapt the existing pre-enrollment information chapter to the CCAs for purposes of defining the means by which a CCA obtains customer consent for information to communicate with pursuant to the COMAR sections about enrolling. So if we go down to section .02, customer consent, what we did there is we consolidated all of the scenarios in which the CCA may need to obtain customer consent, either by virtue of this being granted automatically from the statute or some other means. And so we took all of the ways in which the CCA can get consent and put them all into one section. And so the first is when there is a statute requiring a CCA to notify customers, as in the case here, I mean, the statute literally says, consent is granted. And so that's a scenario in which the CCA is deemed to have consent to get the information necessary to contact customers. The second is when the statute provides for consent for pre-enrollment. So that would be that section of provision B comes into play when a customer receives the notices, does not opt out, and then is enrolled by default. So that is also provided for by statute. And so to the extent the utilities need to know that the entity asking for customer information is authorized to do so, and that they in turn are authorized to release that information, this is the mechanism through which that takes place. And then the third is the way it works today. Standard pre-enrollment information. A customer calls up the CCA, they want to enroll, and we go through the same exact process that any other supplier goes through. So those are the three scenarios that we saw for customer consent.
You have no hands raised, so you can keep going.
Super. Okay. Section 3, notices. If you wouldn't mind scrolling down, please. Thank you. Okay, so here, again, we leveraged the existing COMAR provisions, and we just changed. I believe that an earlier draft of this that was proposed used the term like mailing address. We just took billing address because that's what's in the existing regulations. Another section or another data point that's in the existing regulations and which is provided as a matter of course is the utility rate classer code. And so this would be useful for communicating different messages to different types of customers so that we can tailor the messages accordingly. The purpose is merely for efficiency of communicating information. And then sections 3 and 4 are copied. Well, section 3 is copied from an existing section of COMAR. We thought that would make sense. And then section 4 is new, but that's proposed by staff, and that seems reasonable. We have no objection to that, so we included that. Phil.
Actually, before Phil asks a question, I have a question.
Okay.
So there are I think 6 sections where Montgomery County has proposed alternatives, and so we'll have 2 different sets of regs going to the commission. But the way this notices section was contained in staff's chapter 11. So when we go in front of the commission, if we can either have one whole set of regs where Montgomery County can say, these are these few regs that we're in agreement on are the same as staff, but the rest of these are different. And then the titling of the regs and where, like, for instance, notices is included, whether it's included here in chapter 3, like you've put in this document, or
right.
If it's in section 11, it's very messy. Like, this is going to be
right.
confusing as it is going before the commission. So I understand that this is how it makes sense to you, but I would just make that comment and think about how we're going to present this we want to make it as easy as possible for the commission to understand the issues, understand the disagreement, and be able to make a informed ruling on it. So how we present this to the commission in January and how easy we make it is going to determine how quickly they can handle it and get us some decisions back. So just in general, think about that comment as you're processing what everyone else says today. Go ahead, Phil, and then Fran.
If I may respond,
Sure.
I mean, we agree with you. We agree we want to make it easy for everyone to understand, both through this stakeholder process, through the commission review process, and then ultimately when all of these regulations are implemented and have to be followed. And so the reason that we put these provisions in this section, where first of all, we're leveraging the existing sections that people who are familiar with the process would logically go to anyway, based on their 20 years of experience doing this, but also because we, as everyone well knows, sort of have a fundamentally different way of seeing the section 11, the CCA aggregation plan. We see that as being a list of information that the applicant has to respond to in its aggregation plan. Whereas these items that we're talking about here are, they're like ways that the utility gets, the way the utility or others know that we have consent to obtain information. Notices are related inextricably with enrolling customers. And so it just seemed extremely logical to have this information here, because these are rather prescriptive and they're intertwined with enrollment.
Okay, so
They're
then
not really plan issues.
I understand your reasoning.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to in any way inhibit you from having your reasoning and your decision making. Montgomery County is going to do what Montgomery County is going to do. But what I'm saying is what you're going to have to do is you're going to have a complete set of regs. There's going to have to be footnotes as to where they correspond to staff's regs, and we're going to have to provide a roadmap for how the commission can look at one issue in the report. So I'm just pointing out that it's going to be a little bit more complicated than that, and just think about that as you're drafting. Go ahead, Phil. You may have to unmute, Phil. Oh, you are unmuted. Okay, Phil may be having technical difficulties. Fran, do you want to go ahead?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure what was. So on the customer consent section in O2, just trying to understand what this means. So you're saying a statute, looking at the subject of this sentence, a statute shall satisfy the requirement for customer consent.
Yes.
So how is it that, and I think I understand what you're getting here, so maybe this is just a matter of formation, but it's the utility that will release the information to the CCA, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep.
But you're sort of trying to say here is that the utility shall interpret the statute and release the customer's information as if consent has been provided based on the existence of the statute. Is that sort of what you're saying?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, and this is to be done for the CCA or a jurisdiction in the process of forming a CCA. And that could be like any jurisdiction in the state of Maryland.
Well, so it's well, I understand what you're saying. So the first notice has to be sent prior to the CCA actually being approved by the commission. And so that's why we have that extra clause in there, a jurisdiction in the process of forming a CCA. Now, if you, if it would be clearer to say a jurisdiction formally engaged in the process of forming a CCA through a proceeding at the Public Service Commission, something like that. If that's what you're looking for, there was certainly no intent to make this so loose that, it would be open for abuse. The sole purpose of having that or a jurisdiction in the process of forming a CCA was to recognize that we are not a CCA when we need to leverage that first consent.
I think trying to distinguish between what you're saying here and what I guess what staff suggested. So the pre-enrollment information that you need to, so pre-enrollment information tends to be the information that a retail supplier needs to make an enrollment.
Well, right. And that's why we added that title to slightly broaden the scope of this section to include not only pre-enrollment, but pre-enrollment, if you will, which is the notices.
Okay, so are you making a distinction a little further down in between like what is needed to enroll the customer, like things like their account number, versus what you need to compose the letter to all of the residential and small commercial customers in the county?
So I may need to ask you to restate or repeat that or clarify that question, but where, to the extent we are pre-enrolling customers, we propose to use the existing pre-enrollment provisions of COMAR, like lock, stock, and barrel. The only thing we need to change is the pre-enrollment, if you will, or the notices. That's why section 4 is pre-enrollment information. The provisions of COMAR 20.530302 apply to CCAs.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand how I'm not sure if it's just wording or you're just combining stuff that's different, or if you're actually changing what.
Think about it this way. Think about if you take the pre-enrollment section and you just add a step before pre-enrollment, that's like literally all this section does. That's all this chapter does. It just like inserts a step before the existing pre-enrollment chapter. Because we recognize that utilities can't, like, just some like random company can't just go to a utility, ask for customer information, and the utility releases it. There has to be a mechanism, a legal mechanism in place. And so what this seeks to do is give the CCA or the jurisdiction in the process of forming a CCA the tools, the legal framework, and as well as the utilities, the legal framework for commencing and completing that exchange of information.
All right, so the pre-enrollment information that, if you look at the retail choice, I guess the customer protection section, it's fairly extensive, like 18 different things, right? You're not suggesting that you would be able to obtain that information before the commission approved your aggregation plan.
Correct.
Okay, so the information that you're going to acquire, I think our proposal was more or less the same. It's just the name, the service address, and the mailing address. Those are the only things you can get while you're in the process of forming, because that's what you need to actually send that first notice.
Correct. Name, right. Name, billing address, service address, utility rate class. That's it. That's right. Yep.
Okay. So how do you, in under 03 in notices, that's where you're doing that. That's where you're getting name, billing, and service address, but you're also asking for rate class or code. That's not something you can get without consent from the customer.
Right. And that's why we have the consent provisions in 02.
So if 03 says that you can get that even prior to having permission of the commission, having approved it, you're basically saying this the way you're saying, the way the law reads right now, we can have all of the information that a retail supplier would need to obtain customer consent to get because of the existence of this law.
Yes. Well, that is the purpose of the law, right?
Well, I think you have to be able to mail them the notice, but all you need is their name and their billing and service address, really. Billing address to know where to send it, service address to know that they're in the county. So in the name, anything else, including like the utility rate code, isn't useful to you at that point.
Well, so our belief is that it will be useful because it will enable us to differentiate between different types of customers. Like if they have, I mean, obviously it'll differentiate without the utility rate class or code, we can't differentiate between a small commercial and a residential customer, for example. And it would also enable us to identify like other rates that customers may be on, which would inform our communication to them and potentially affect the offerings that we'll make to them. It'll give us a heads up early on as to, how many customers are on an EV rate, for example, things like that.
But Michael, real fast, don't you need, isn't that only after you completed the whole opt-out process that we would give you all that information? Then you make your decision as to the rate, because you don't know how many customers are going to participate, right?
Oh, no, correct. We don't know. This is just for the initial communication, like the notifying people that there is going to be a CCA. That is the purpose of this. There's two notices we need to provide, two notices. One, before the plan is formally filed with the commission, and the second notice is sent out after the plan is approved.
Yeah, but like Phil said, the utility rate in the code, that is, that wouldn't be given to you until after, that'd be given to you during the pre-enrollment portion. Not during.
That's what we discussed.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, like that's why I've got the note there that, the purpose of asking for this information is would be helpful to the CCA to provide the information that's most informative and relevant to the customers. There's nothing.
Didn't Montgomery County say they didn't want to send more than one notice? They wanted to send one notice out.
Well,
right?
I mean, we're still quite a ways away from getting to that point. So, we don't want to be bound today as to how many, versions of a letter we send out. That we just don't know yet for certain. Ideally, Judge Grace, it would be most efficient and economical from a cost perspective and a logistical perspective to send out one notification, one uniform notice, or at least one per utility. But we haven't yet made the final determination as to how many variations there may be.
Okay,
so
well,
we just
the last
believe
time
that
we
this will give us the flexibility of making that decision. This will help inform that decision potentially.
Okay, well, the last time we talked about multiple notices was because we wanted to be able to say, have options. You have opted out. If you don't do anything, you're going to remain opted out. Or it was to appease some of the other folks, including Fran Francis, who I see has her hand raised.
Mhm.
And Montgomery County said at that time, no, we're sending one notice. But now Montgomery County is saying, well, we want this information. We don't know what we're going to do yet. So we want this information in case we want to send more than one notice. So you're kind of arguing this both ways.
Well, there's no intention to, argue it both ways. It's not like,
intention doesn't matter. It is what it is. Go ahead, Fran.
this is the reason. This is part of the reason why we're trying to, like, there are certain decisions that just can't be made yet. And we're finding it impossible to commit to certain decisions where we don't yet have all the necessary information to make those decisions. That's why what we want to do is get these regulations finalized with a sufficient flexibility that we can then get to work writing the plan, have that reviewed, modified, approved by the commission, and then get down to the business of getting the CCA up and running.
Correct.
But this is, yeah, okay.
And so you want this information for that reason. It's the exact same reason why staff wants the guarantee of more information. So staff is putting
Right.
a little more detailed requests for information in their regulations, so that because acknowledging that Montgomery County won't be making these decisions till later, but wanting to make sure that they have the information at the time when they need it to deal with it in a sufficient amount of time to have this project starting in October of 2024, as we all agreed to, almost a year ago. Go ahead, Fran.
Okay, I won't go over all my objections to it, but the first notice is only to say they're forming a CCA. So we all discussed what do they need forming a CCA, and staff laid it out nicely. And I guess I'm looking at staff's .03 pre-enrollment information. So we all discussed that before. You don't need class or code for the first notice. That's number one. Number two, under your section customer consent, I find those three things, the way they're written, very confusing. I don't know why we're grouping together and making it sound like one notice when there are really two notices required. And the first thing somebody is going to want to know is, in terms of someone who's under a competitive choice contract, how do I get out of this? I don't want this, because he knows what's going to happen if for some reason he's in it. He knows the penalties he's going to get. So the way customer consent, I don't know why you're condensing two notices into one. And right up front, a customer is going to need to know, how do they not give consent? So I think that whole section is really confusing. And I think staff really laid it out very specifically in a good way. So I'm not sure why you found it necessary to do that, to combine them.
So the idea was to take the language from the statute and translate it into a regulation that would be broadly applicable, not only to the Montgomery County CCA, but also to future CCAs. So we don't know how many notices may be required in the future. We don't know if the General Assembly may even change the number of notices required for the Montgomery County CCA before the CCA launches. So the purpose of this regulation is to accommodate whatever scenario may arise in this or future CCA launches. So
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. No, you're good, Fran. Go ahead.
My suggestion is, we're all having enough trouble getting this done. This is a 7-year pilot program. I don't think right now we should be working on potential regulations for the off chance that some other jurisdiction is going to want to copy this 7 years from now.
Oh.
So why don't we just write the regulations for what we need to do now? Because another jurisdiction may have something else in mind after they learn from this pilot program. Why don't we just concentrate on this one and not worry about Baltimore County trying to do this or Prince George's County doing it? I think it might go a little bit easier.
Well, that's fine. I mean, we still feel that even in the absence of other CCAs, we still feel that this is that putting all the consent scenarios in a single place is just clearer, logical, and less apt to anyone running afoul or not understanding what all the different options are.
Okay, then I'll say it one more time. I heard Phil's questions for him to try to understand those three things the way they're worded. I don't understand them if I was just going to pick this up and I didn't know anything else what that's saying. I really wouldn't. That's just my suggestion.
Okay, thank you, Fran. Go ahead, Phil.
So I think I'm just drawing the general distinction here is staff version of these regs basically is making a distinction between the pre-enrollment notice, the pre-enrollment information for the purpose of your formation notice, which is the first letter. And that is basically what you need to mail to the customers: the name, account name, service address, mailing address. Those are the only three things, and the utility basically has to give those to you. Presumably they're giving those to you, and maybe this is why you have rate, class, or code in there, because you think that they're just going to give you them all in one group and you'll have to sort them out by rate class. But maybe if the utility knows that the only eligible accounts are residential and small commercial, that's what they'll give to you, and maybe they'll give them to you. These are the residential accounts. Here's in this file. And here's the file with the small commercial account. Now you don't have to actually have the rate class or code, because maybe the utility can give that to you when they run their report that develops this, this.
So, yep. I mean, what are the, let's talk about like, what are the rate class or codes? What's the universe of options that we're even talking about here? Maybe we should all just make sure everyone's understanding.
Right. Well, let me get to the second thing there. So the other issue is all that pre-enrollment data that's listed in the COMAR, like 5303. I don't know if it's 02 or 03. It's got the list. Those 18 things. One of those things is the account number. I'm reading what you've written here is to say that the utility, it doesn't say anything about the utility, what they consent, it just says the statute shall satisfy. But I think what you mean there is that the utility is going to, once you take the act as a county to form or become in the process of forming an aggregator, then then you have access to all the customers' enrollment information in the 18 items that are listed. I think you're doing that to sort of streamline the regs so that, like, the notice information, you get that, and then maybe you get the other stuff later. But I think we've thought of this as, in order for you to actually have access to all of that information, and your retail supplier having access to all that information, those would only be for customers that, number one, have opted in, or not opted out rather, and haven't taken a retail supply contract. But I think the way we wrote it up is you wouldn't actually get that information until the commission approved your aggregation plan, which presumably has some conditions in it for acquiring that information. So
yeah. Those 18 items only come into play when we're ready to pull the trigger and enroll and pre-enroll / enroll. Yep.
That's when you would need those, and that's but the way you've written this, it appears that you have access to those as soon as you begin the process of forming an aggregator.
Say that part again, Phil, sorry.
In other words, your O2, you're sort of deeming that consent is given simply because of the existence of this law, which means that presumably you could request that for any county resident or small business, or actually any account in the county right now. Is that how you're reading that?
A statute providing for consent for pre-enrollment. Well, first, obviously, I was only assuming like good actors here. Yeah.
Regulation 02, Section B, says a statute providing for consent for pre-enrollment shall satisfy the requirements for customer consent for releasing customer information. So the statute's not going to change, presumably.
Right.
So we have a statute that says something about consent for pre-enrollment. So if you could
for pre-enrollment, right? For pre-enrollment, right. That's right. For pre-enrollment, right?
So if you sent the, I don't know which transaction it is, it's the 814. You sent a pre-enrollment information request to PEPCO. Does this regulation say that PEPCO should send you that as if you've already obtained consent from the customer? And that would be something that is in effect prior to the commission approving the aggregation plan?
Well, those two, yeah, I mean, so if I'm following, that can't just happen in a vacuum, right? I mean, there's all kinds of other things that have to happen also pursuant to statute. So I don't know if I'm reading between the lines or if I'm misreading the question, mishearing your question. Are you suggesting that this sentence O2B inappropriately or inadvertently allows a county to ask for information and for the information to then be provided, like without all the other things happening, like notices and opt-outs and things like that? Because that was not the intention, obviously. This was all supposed to fit within the framework of other requirements in the statute.
Well, the way
So-
B reads, it reads, the existence of the statute provides for consent. And then the way 04 reads is provisions of Comar 2053-0302 apply to community choice aggregators.
Yes.
That says on the request of a supplier, utility shall provide the following applicable customer information: account
Yes.
name, billing address, service address, utility account number, bill cycle, voltage level, utility rate class, load profile, like it's a long list, right?
Right,
Well,
right.
so if the statute exists, so consent exists now. So any community choice aggregator can ask for this information. And the utility has to provide it. That's what these two things together say. So staff isn't suggesting that for any nefarious reason, Montgomery County is going to do that. What staff I think is suggesting, and correct me if I'm wrong, Phil, is that enforcement, we look at this as enforcement. We look at this as what happens if there's a complaint? What happens if we feel like somebody's doing something wrong? If you asked for that information today, I'm not sure that we'd be able to say, no, you can't have it. Except maybe that it applies to community choice aggregators and you're not an aggregator until you do X, Y, and Z with the commission. Go ahead, Drew.
Thanks. Yeah, I think my question kind of follows with a little bit what you were saying there, Judge Grace. Yeah, because staff, we were generally confused by 2 and 3, just by the kind of general vagueness, I would say, of the language, but particularly for notices, I think there would have to be 2 separate sets of regs for before the plan is approved and after the plan is approved for the notice information. Because specifically M3, M3II says any customer specific data can only be provided to the CCA after the aggregation plan is approved. So with the first notice, the plan has not been approved yet. And with the second notice, the plan has been approved. So there should be some more specificity to make it clear that this is the information the CCA needs for the first notice, and this is the information the CCA needs for the second notice.
Drew, was that
That was it. I guess it's more of a statement than a question.
are M3 double I? Is that where you are?
Yes. Yes. So that says that the utility can only provide any customer specific data after the aggregation plan is approved.
Okay.
And the first notice is sent out before the plan is approved, but the second notice is sent after the plan is approved. So, folks are bringing up the utility rate class. I would argue that's customer specific information. So that would not be under the statute be able to be provided for the first notice.
Okay, thank you.
This is so M3, 1, and 2 are let me see. This is about M is about usage data. 1 is about usage data, and 2 is about
Well, it's all data. M2 says any relevant data.
pre-enrollment usage data, billing and electrical load data. So M is for purposes of the supplier learning what their commitment is going to be once power starts to flow. So this is
I would
a different type
disagree
of
with that.
data that that we're talking about here. We're talking about data related to notices, which is
Yes, well, this is discussing pre-enrollment data, and it says in M2, the electric company shall provide to the CCA any relevant data. So it doesn't just mean usage data. So any customer specific data does not say any customer specific usage data.
there are other provisions here that talk about notice and opt out. This M is about deemed to have obtained electric customer authorization to receive pre-enrollment usage data, is what it says. M is about, I'm reading M to to refer to usage data, not contact information for purposes related to notices.
What? Yeah, it does bring up usage data, but it does bring up any relevant data as well.
1 applies to usage data, 2 applies to any relevant data. Go ahead, David Havok.
Well, no, but yeah, but well, again, but this is important. I mean, M2, so right, M1 is pre-enrollment usage data, and then M2 is any relevant data, including pre-enrollment usage data, other appropriate billing and electrical load data. So I think it's fair to read M2 as being limited to the sub provisions which list only usage data and billing and load data. And
Okay, so what's billing data?
no mention of notice, being of notices. The notices is in a whole separate section.
Okay, so what's billing data?
Billing data?
Yeah, what qualifies as billing data? Where you just read under 2 to what?
Like the number of I would interpret that in this context to mean kilowatt hour consumption, peak load, and load shapes.
So you mean electrical load data, but that's a
Yes.
separate part. What about billing data?
Well, I would. It's the word billing is sandwiched between usage and electrical load.
No, there's no. Okay, well, let's just agree to disagree, and you can present it to the commission. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, so obviously we have like a reg for 03 of this, our version has kind of the CCA formation notice, and then 04 is basically the opt-out notice. But the information provided in the formation, the opt-out notice, we include, the CCA must be given the retail choice status, the CCA opt-out status, whereas your list just has account, billing address, service address, and utility rate class or code. So
correct.
I'm not sure when are you getting the data telling you whether or not a customer has an existing retail supplier?
That's later. That's in the actual enrollment process. Right now, we're talking about notices. This whole provision, this chapter 3, is strictly limited to providing the framework or the authority for the CCA or a jurisdiction in the process of forming a CCA to obtain information necessary to comply with the statutory requirements to notify potential customers. Once any customers who do not opt out are then subject to the existing pre-enrollment process.
So you don't think you need a customer's retail choice status for the opt-out notice, and that
Correct.
you will get the data about their under our draft reg 04 transfers of service. Is that?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I want to think about that one a little more, but okay.
Yeah, that's complicated stuff.
Go ahead, Stan.
Thank you, Judge Grace. I think this discussion's definitely helpful. I would ask that in the same way all the parties are asked to provide comments on the staff's drafts of things, that the same thing occur here, that we receive written comments from people with their requests or suggestions or edits to what we've put forward.
I think that's already in the schedule, but I'll check. Go ahead, Fran.
I'm a little confused. Why does Montgomery County at any point, let's just talk about the first notice. They should not have a list of people who are under retail supply contracts, because someone who's under a retail supply contract, I thought, was considered a non-eligible customer. So those would not be, you would not have information on those anytime after that first notice. Am I incorrect on that? And I'm asking Montgomery County.
The statute requires us to notify everyone.
Right, that's the first notice. So you notify everyone. And at that point, you don't know who's under a retail supply contract and who isn't. Everybody's the same. You have everybody's, the three things that we would support would be what was in staff's regs. So you have that information. After that, at no other time should you have information on customers who are under retail supply contracts, because they are already considered opted out or ineligible. Are you changing that, or do you agree with that?
I think we've had this conversation already, respectfully. We're sending out 2 notices to everyone. The second one will have the opt-out.
I understand you're sending out the second notice to everyone, but when you send out that second notice, you don't know, even at that point, who is a retail supply customer and who isn't, correct?
Correct. Right.
Okay.
Right.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Sorry, Michael answered that question more than adequately. I thought there I might be able to help clarify, but I think that everybody got there in the end.
Okay, great. Any more questions about this section? Hearing none, let's go ahead and move on to the next section. Michael, you said you wanted to take them in order, right?
Sure.
So 6 and 7 are next.
Okay. I'm going to open them up on my screen also so I can hang on a second. 6 and 7. Okay. Okay, so we examined the 2 different customer protection sections in the existing sections of COMAR, and identified a lot of differences between residential and non-residential customer protection. The residential customer protection, I think I'm safe in saying in every way, or just about every way at least, are more comprehensive. And so our proposal is to apply the customer protection provisions, which provide more protection to customers, to all CCA customers, both residential and small commercial, which for purposes of the regulation, we refer to as non-residential for consistency. So that's the scope, to apply the customer protection to all CCA customers. Because as you see, we did the red line of, just changing competitive electricity supply to community choice aggregation. Okay. So it's literally just redlined from the existing regulations. In many places, we simply replaced supplier with community choice aggregator or its designated agents. In section A, disclosure of customer information. There's a question about enrollment status. This has been a topic of conversation in prior conversations. I recall that one of the other stakeholders was supposed to get back to us as to what exactly they meant by enrollment status. I don't know if anyone on the call is prepared to answer that today. Certainly it can be a homework assignment for next time, but we think it's perfectly reasonable that a CCA not disclose a customer's billing payment, enrollment status, and credit information without the customer's consent. But again, we don't really know exactly what was meant by enrollment status. That was put in by someone else's request. Same thing for credit information, other than for purposes of bill collecting. And then C is just swapping out supplier for CCA. And then I know that staff wanted provision paragraph D about deleting information. I think there was a slight modification there. The prior language, as I recall, let's see, there was a non like material edit. I believe we made to this sentence. I think it was we added the word when it ceases to be a designated agent of the aggregator, but we believe that this is 100% consistent with the intention that any contractors to the CCA have to delete the customer information after ceasing work with the CCA. With regard to creditworthiness, any questions about disclosure of customer information?
No hands.
Okay, great. Okay, so the next section is creditworthiness. So this is a little different than in today's world because a CCA may offer like a suite of services to customers, some of which may be of higher value or particularly longer duration, and will depend on the customer's creditworthiness. Perhaps the most obvious example would be solar panels. Now, that implicates all kinds of other stuff, but we're only using that as an example for purposes of creditworthiness. And so while we have no intention to evaluate creditworthiness for like a quote basic product, there may be some others that have a limited audience, and for that reason, creditworthiness is important. But of course, we'll apply uniform income security deposit and credit standard decisions for all of those products. So again, we're just we're just using the existing creditworthiness provisions with a slight modification that there are some like extra products. Okay.
Bill, go ahead, and then David.
I just want to note on O2D, just jumping back to that, where you say must, you actually want to use shall there to indicate in regulations where something is required.
Sure. Yeah. That was like I said, I think we took that sentence from another contributor to this document. So that was probably just we just didn't want to change that word. But yes, certainly no objection to changing must to shall. Typically, we try to use shall. Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, do we have designated agent elsewhere, or is this first used here in this section?
Yeah, we've kind of gone back and forth on that. I think a good if there's opposition to using that term, I think it's pretty safe to say that everyone has designated agents, in one way or another. I mean, no one does everything by themselves. Everyone outsources some stuff. And that's why there's agency law, right? In contracts. So if there's a concern about the use of that term, I think it's safe to assume, not even assume, I think it's safe to link any CCA contractors under the same umbrella as the CCA. In other words, any limitations or restrictions or conditions on the CCA flow down to its contractors, as is the case with any other supplier or the utility for that matter. So I think in an abundance of caution and clarity, we inserted that term, but I don't think we would object to removing it if it caused confusion. The purpose was to add clarification.
So the way you're wording this, it does not place the responsibility to assure that the security of customer information isn't on the CCA. This is sort of is placing a requirement on the designated agent. So if they fail to do that and then go use it or sell it to someone, or it ends up where it's not supposed to be, is it your intent to make the CCA responsible if that what's happened, or is the commission supposed to attempt to penalize the designated agent?
I mean, that's an interesting question. Again, this provision was actually not ours. This was staff's provision. I guess we probably would need to do some research into, contract and agency law. This already, this situation already exists. I mean, many people on the phone here, many companies on the phone here use call centers, for example, and billing providers and whatnot that are in possession of information that's PII, that's subject to contractual provisions. I don't know off the top of my head how exactly those are enforced. I think the expectation would be that the CCA and its contractors would be subject to the same rules that the utilities and suppliers are with their own vendors.
Right. But
That's why, arguably the term isn't even needed. Go ahead, Phil.
So you would agree then that if a designated agent obtained, and perhaps one that was not a licensed supplier, obtained information and properly retained it, it would be the CCA's sort of fault, and that the CCA would be liable for any consequence, right? Like, you're not suggesting that this provides an out for the CCA because they use an agent.
I would say that, I'm not speaking as a lawyer here, but I probably shouldn't speak as a lawyer here. So.
Okay, so I mean, it might
Something to
be,
think about,
something that said the community choice aggregator shall ensure that, either all customer information is deleted, in possession of designated agents, or otherwise is responsible for the security of, customer information or something of that nature.
I would say that,
otherwise you don't know how to enforce that. It's a regulation. It's like, oh, our agent absconded with all of the customer data, and now they put it out there, and people are slamming customers, with account numbers.
Well, I mean, look, I mean, there's no difference here. The CCA is not doing anything different than any other supplier does. I think that it would be, look, we can't go and check their hard drives, obviously, which is what the word ensure suggests. I would say that a sentence, something like a community choice aggregator shall direct its subcontractors to delete all customer information when the subcontractor ceases to be a subcontractor. I mean, that's all we can do. And then it would be, presumably the CCA would know what its legal exposure is to the accidental or inadvertent release of information, and then flow that obligation down to a subcontractor through contract.
I mean, but unless you're suggesting that we need to bond all of your subcontractors so that they can be held accountable for, for something. I mean, customer data tends to be something that's very sensitive depending on the customer. And we probably want to have an enforceable regulation. I'm just
Sorry, go ahead.
Figure out like how to do that. I think this has the right idea, but it maybe needs to be worked on in terms of enforceable.
We don't object to it because it's certainly something that's worth discussing. That said, I don't know that we were unable to find another location in Comar where anyone else is subject to this requirement so explicitly. I think it's quite reasonable to.
Well, you're different. That's why.
Well, I don't know about that. I think it's quite reasonable to assume that any supplier that's in possession of PII is. I think it's reasonable to assume that any supplier who's in possession of PII and shares such information with a subcontractor is under an obligation to ensure that that subcontractor safeguards that information and doesn't use it for unintended uses. that
Right.
happens already today. Like everybody's got subcontractors. So here we're like, again,
You're not a
again,
retail supplier though.
segmenting us out for like special treatment.
Well, you are special because you're not a retail supplier. And so the CCA is not a retail supplier, and your agent might be, and possibly that solves the issue if your agents are only retail suppliers, but indicated that that may not be the case. We just need to have something that, like, if retail supplier obtains customer information, they do so with like the agreement, like the affirmative agreement of the customer. You're getting all this information by default because the commission has approved your aggregation plan and the customer hasn't opted out or chosen a retail supplier themselves. So you're getting it in a very different way. So the protection should be consistent with that difference. That's all.
I think that we're
out now, but maybe we should. This is just something. I think I appreciate you putting it in, but we're going to need to make that clear, like who's responsible and how we would enforce it.
Well, I think this is staff's provision. I mean, like I said, I think we're all in agreement on the purpose of the sentence. It sounds like we need to maybe do some fine tuning on the wording. But again, I think this is 90% staff's wording, and the words that we're talking about changing, we didn't change. So
you're obtaining this information in a way that implies you don't have commission approval of your plan yet. So like it's different in a lot of ways. But we'll get back to you on what we think how this should be worded, but
okay.
It's sort of the thoughts there, but it's not in quite the same situation as the way we suggested, that gets controlled. So,
Okay.
That's what I had there.
Okay, David, and then Kenny, and then Bill.
Okay, so real quick on the same O2D, looking at what we have, it says, CCA's designated agent must delete all information when it ceases to be the designated agent or the CCA is terminated. So there's that additional part. And then, we have a separate data privacy section that, sets limits on what the CCA and its designated agent can do with regard to customer data. But you guys have not, you don't have that separate 16 data privacy, right? You have put that in here and then in 11, correct?
That's according to the email sent by Lisa.
Okay, yeah, because I think some of the issues Phil's raised, our regulations have separate clauses that deal with that, whereas I'm not sure this does because it doesn't have section 16, but I don't want to beat a dead horse.
Okay, thank you, Kenny.
Yeah, I just want to throw out there on this general issue. I mean, the principle, that is someone who retains an agent, be it a contractor or other kind of agency, which obviously is something that MoCo might be doing here in administering its supply function. The principal is always liable for the actions of the agent. In fact, the commission has specifically said this with respect to suppliers and contractors and agents that a supplier relies on. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay, thank you. Bill Fields. Bill, if you're talking, you might be muted.
I am indeed. Thanks. Bill Fields, off the People's Council. I was just raised my hand to say the same thing basically that Kenny just said. The commission has been clear that the suppliers are responsible for the actions of their agents. I think the same, I think the same principle would apply here, and the regulation should be directed at the CCA, and then the CCA can take the necessary steps to, setting up their contracts with their vendors to make sure that, any penalties, would go to the vendor if necessary. But that's the way it works for all the suppliers. I think it should work the same way here.
Yeah, just for the record, we don't dispute any of the stuff any of the comments that have just been articulated. I think we just need to get the sentence to say what we all want it to say.
Okay. Okay, you can keep going. There's some more hands.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we've talked about creditworthiness. Geographic market is it just seemed to make sense it's already defined in the statute as to what the geographic market is. And again, this the intent here is that the new Comar chapters are not the Montgomery County CCA, it's Maryland CCAs. So there was just no need to define that in the regulations. And then unauthorized. So the next section is unauthorized enrollment or service. And so there was a couple sections about this also in staff's version. And so what we did is we took this section, we made it consistent with the existing supplier regulations. I have the original staff language in a comment, which is that the CCA may not enroll customers who have an active retail supply contract or have affirmatively selected SOS without the customer affirmatively selecting the CCA, and it goes on into some more details. It just seemed that this exact scenario, this is already covered by the unauthorized enrollment or service provision, which is that a supplier / CCA may not enroll a customer without authorization, period. Like, you just can't do it. If you don't have authorization, you can't enroll them, period, full stop. We didn't see any need to add to that because it just seems to be extremely simple. If you don't have authorization, you can't enroll a customer, period. We don't want to get into all the ways you can enroll a customer without their authorization. I mean, that list would be a mile long. We're just not going to enroll a customer without authorization. So that's why we kind of shortened up paragraph A. Dave.
So, and I think Judge Grace got this at this a little bit before, but we intentionally included, and we're very specific on when may be enrolled and may not be enrolled, specifically because if there is a complaint and there is a controversy over when someone may or may not be enrolled, the regulations provide a roadmap to CAD to be like, okay, here's when it can happen, when it can't happen, where does it fit on this list? So, that's the reason for doing that. And I think there is a basis for providing lots of detail on something like this, especially this is the kind of thing that would potentially go as a dispute before CAD.
Well,
so
right. I mean, that's why the thinking was that if we start to elaborate on this, and then a situation arises that's not specifically mentioned, the question might come up. Well, look, they listed four different things here. I'm not one of them, so like there's no violation. And our position is, if we don't have authorization, we don't have authorization. Period. Like there are already specific rules. When I say rules, whether they're in the statute or in the regulations, is already predefined ways that a customer can become a customer of the CCA. If you don't follow those paths for the CCA to have authorization, whether it's by virtue of the customer not opting out or any other way, like the CCA can't enroll you. It's just, you need authorization, period. I mean, this to me and to us seems like it's just like so clear. Like if you enroll a customer and you're not authorized, that's unauthorized enrollment. We
Okay,
just want to keep things simple. Otherwise, we could spend all day coming up with all the reasons we can't enroll a customer without authorization.
okay. Well stated. Let's move on to enrollment disputes.
The next sentence. So again, okay, so similarly, I mean, just like with suppliers, we can't add a new charge for a new service, existing service, or a service option without first obtaining. Now here, it's kind of like it's authorization. And again, it's to sort of leverage this, to use the same words that we've been using previously. The verifiable subject to the same extent and using the same method specified is that under regulation 08, like that doesn't apply. That's sort of a unique to the supplier world, because that's about supplier contracts. So that's a little bit different. So we had to make a modification there. But the principle here is the same. It's the same limitation. We can't go adding a new charge for a new service, existing service, or service option without being allowed to do so. Is really what the point is. It's just the way in which we are allowed to do so is a little bit different, but we're still subject to the rules that exist. That's why there's a modification had to be made there. And then with regard to enrollment disputes, so this is a topic that we talked about in some prior calls. And the idea here was that when a customer has a complaint against a supplier, they can go straight to CAD. And the rationale that was explained on a prior call, I think by staff, was that why would you have if a customer is subject to an unauthorized enrollment or has a complaint against a supplier, presumably they've already called the supplier to try to work it out. So to make them go back to the supplier doesn't seem to make sense. You can go straight to CAD. But with utilities, you are supposed to go to the utility first to try to work it out and then go to CAD. And so we just took the same provisions that we believe that the county is a little bit more similarly situated to the utility as to some of the suppliers that are out there. Although certainly there are many suppliers out there who are very in excellent standing with the state. So not to impugn anyone by that statement. So we took this language directly from the dispute procedure section of COMAR. David.
All right, thank you. So on 05B, like authorization, because this is written to basically say, you can't charge a new service or something without basically the customer signing a new contract. And obviously that's not the circumstances here. So you remove that and put in authorization, but like authorization from the commission, like.
Well, right. That's kind of like right. And that's that. Remember we talked earlier about like the different means of consent. And so the title of the section is unauthorized enrollment or service. And so that's why we selected the word authorization, because it's all about you can't do something you're not authorized to do. So under that title, we said we won't do anything we're not authorized to do. Well, if you have some recommendations around that, we're totally open to modifying it.
All right. And then on the community, enrollment, there's a section. So COMAR 2053-07-05C1, disputes regarding enrollment go directly to CAD. So,
okay.
There's utilities don't need to enroll customers, right? So, I think that's the basis for where we're coming from. I don't know if Phil wants that.
So C1 you think should not be there?
I think I think C1 and 2 tentatively should be removed, and then customer alleging violations of this regulation. So, violations of enrollment
Mhm.
go directly to CAD.
Well, that's just more work for CAD. It just seemed like the CCA, remember, is a county. It's like a county. It's local government. The thinking was that a CCA, a county, is going to sort of have a different outlook on the world and has a vested interest in satisfying customers who are aggrieved. If the commission would prefer that, if the commission does not want customers to first try to work things out with the CCA, that's no skin off our back. It just makes more work for everyone. It just makes more work for everyone.
The commission's website says that they have to contact the company first, and it doesn't differentiate between utilities and suppliers, and so does its pamphlet. But there is this section 20530705, and in practice, CAD does not turn them away if it's an enrollment dispute, for obvious reasons. If you don't want to go to the person who's wronged you, right, for her enrollment. And also, if you're currently enrolled, there have been cases where suppliers have refused to unenroll while that whole thing is happening. So the point is, you want to use existing COMAR regs and you want to use the existing supplier regs. Well, this is something that's in the COMAR supplier regs that you might not want to rock the boat and get rid of. And in actuality, probably most will contact the CCA first, but I'm not sure there's a reason to change what we already have in effect.
We thought, our recollection was that the commission wanted, or staff wanted these two provisions in here. That was our recollection. It seemed logical to us.
So that was not for enrollment dispute. That was for other disputes.
Well, Lisa's on.
Different.
Lisa's on here also. Why don't I turn it over to Lisa for a second, if you don't mind?
Phil had his hand raised first. So
okay.
And I'm certainly interested in hearing what Lisa has to say about this, but staff's filed set of regs follow the existing regs, which say that for an enrollment concern, the customer alleging violation files a dispute with CAD. So typically we write down stuff so that people don't misremember it. So that's definitely our official position on that. Michael, maybe just one more time for me. I think you were explaining why you followed the dispute approach that I think you drew from another section rather than the dispute approach that is used in the in 2053. Could you just go over that again one more time, please?
203201 is a let me pull that up here. The 20. I got too many screens. 203201. 203201 is subtitle 32 dispute procedures. This subtitle applies to all electric companies, gas companies, combination companies, blah blah blah. Registered community solar subscriber organizations, and then it's got the dispute resolutions set forth. So it seemed logical that the CCA would sort of fit under there, like a registered community solar subscriber organization and a utility. Well, it applies to licensed suppliers also.
I thought you were saying something to the effect that you felt that the CCA is more akin to a regulated utility than a retail supplier. That's what I thought I heard you say. I just wanted to clarify if that was your opinion on that.
I think the bottom line is this is not a section that's that we really feel strongly one way or another on. We believe that this was the intention of the work group. If there's someone, if the group wants to take these provisions out, I'm subject to checking with my team here. You know, I don't think we have an objection to it because there seems to be a lot of concerns about it.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, two thoughts. I mean, one, yes, we generally have been using the supplier regulations as our kind of launch point, but in this particular issue of how customers are enrolled, we are somewhat more similar to a utility than a retail supplier in how this enrollment is taking place because we're opt-out. So I think that was sort of part of the thinking. And also, I thought that this had been brought up before. I apologize. I don't have my notes in front of me as to who might have said it, but I thought there was this concept of kind of staunching the, flow of damage. That if you go to the person or entity who's able to, fix it the fastest, then you can also, stop the damages from flowing any further. So, but yes, I mean, Michael is correct that if this is something where, everybody feels very strongly about, we can certainly take it back and reconsider. But that there was definitely a thought process that went along here with, it seems like the enrollment here is a little closer to how, utility enrollment happens versus traditional retail supply enrollment. So that, using that general go to the CCA, just like you would go to the utility first, made some sense.
Okay, moving on.
Okay, so I had to step away for a second. Was there a question directed to me before you said moving on, Judge Grace?
No, there wasn't a question directed to you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have to C3, a customer alleging a violation may file a dispute with the CAD, right? Okay.
Yes.
And then just replacing supplier with community choice aggregator. CAD directed refund under supplier consolidated billing. That's not applicable. In the termination section, just replacing supplier with CCA. Purchases of arrearages, not relevant. And that brings us to advertising and solicitations. Judge Grace, would it be possible to take a 5-minute break, please?
Yep, no problem. And then we're coming back with a question from David. So 5-minute break, everyone, 2:28.
Thank you.
No. Okay, we're back. It's 2:28. Go ahead, David Hoppick, with your question if you're here.
Yeah, thank you. So I don't know if you can scroll back up a little bit to the enrollment dispute section. So in our section on this part, there's a requirement that the CCA must keep records of affirmative requests for CCA service with time and date of the request. My understanding is that is something suppliers are required to do and is key to resolving all things related to enrollment disputes. So just kind of noting that that's not included.
I don't know if Michael's on yet. I mean,
That was an, if there was an omission of a customer protection provision, it was completely unintentional.
Okay.
but wait a minute, you're talking about an affirmative, I'm not sure that in this one, Michael, didn't we, you're talking about.
So David, which section what are you talking about, David?
So the enrollment here, I mean, it's hard because we can't see the whole.
Point us to the
Yeah,
provision.
so on what you guys have is 05, unauthorized enrollment of service C, enrollment disputes. So we have a corresponding section, right? And one of the things we have in our corresponding section that is not in yours is that the CCA must keep records of affirmative requests for CCA service with the time and date of the request.
Okay, so where is that in today's COMAR? Where is that drawn from?
I'm looking at what we have for our version of this. I don't know that offhand, but
okay,
my understanding is all the suppliers all have to record the specific enrollment details.
So yeah, so what we did is if there were provisions in your version that we could not locate in COMAR today, then in some instances we took those out because, again, we felt that we're perfectly happy being subject to the rules that apply to everyone else, but not to different rules. Now, if that rule applies to everyone else, then just let us know where it is.
But David, how does that apply for a CCA, which is possible to opt out? Like it's an opt out, not a affirmative opt in.
Well, I agree. Some people are opting out, but some people are affirmatively opting in, right? So if you have a existing retail choice contract, you have to affirmatively opt in. If you have previously selected SOS, but you want to go back to the CCA, you affirmatively have to opt in. So there are instances where customers do need to choose the CCA.
So those are those are the limited circumstances in which you're saying we need to keep the documentation of the opting in.
So, I mean, what we specifically have is the CCA must keep records of affirmative requests for CCA service with time and date of the request. I would need to think a little bit more if I've captured all affirmative, when the affirmative requests are required. But I think this would capture, would cover you such that you'd have information, right? If there is a dispute, like I was on a retail choice contract, I got put on the CCA.
And then we can show here's why we did it.
Yes. Well, you called on January 1st, 2024.
Okay.
2025.
Right.
So that's what this is for. And
okay, I just want to make sure I understood what it was for. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, Michael, where were we? I scrolled up.
We are up to advertising and solicitations.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So here we just, again, these are the existing advertising and solicitations provisions of the residential consumer protection. And for the most part, we just replaced supplier with CCA. Down in the internet section, we just kind of took out the words internet advertising because it just seemed like the term seemed a little like maybe it was written a long time ago. We just kind of went around on this. The word advertising seemed a little not necessary for the current use of like the internet, you know. And so we would post information, you know, online, obviously, and this is the information that we would post. Minimum. This is the minimum information we would post. Supplier consolidated billing, not relevant. Any questions about these? Okay. So commission website, we didn't think that was applicable to the CCA. And then telephone solicitation, you know, no problem complying with those provisions, of course. I don't see any questions.
Go
Phil?
ahead, Phil.
Go ahead, Phil.
So you didn't want to put the CCA's information on the commission's website along with the other supplier offers?
You know, a lot of suppliers we noticed, they just write, like some suppliers provide an actual price on that website, and then others just say like, contact the supplier. And you know, we're gonna have multiple products, and so we thought it would be, it could be misleading for a customer to think that there's only one product, which is all that's available. I think last time I think that typically if people only provide one price, I would need to pull up the website again to confirm. But you know, we made a whole suite of offerings, so we just thought it was best to direct customers to the CCA's website.
So isn't the CCA's pricing going to be the price to compare in the territories where it's the default service?
Well, just by crossing out the section doesn't mean we wouldn't be able to voluntarily submit information to the website. The price to compare, I think, is a different topic. Maybe we could talk about that separately. Yeah.
All right. I mean, probably something we'll have to think about eventually. So.
Okay. Okay. Notice of a change in rates. Here we're voluntarily lengthening the duration of notice for rate changes to 30 days. And then everything else is just switching out the word supplier for CCA.
David Hoppick.
Yeah, thank you. So if you can scroll up a little, please, Judge Grace. That's good. So no, down a little. I'm sorry. It's like 09, 08. So is the CCA, is Montgomery County not, the Montgomery County is opposed to the notice of enrollment, whereby after you've enrolled a customer, you send that letter to say like you have been enrolled by, you know, that suppliers are required to send?
So this is also a topic we talked about before, and then the details on this warrant further discussion. There's the period of initial enrollment during the transition when we believe that that letter would be superfluous as compared to subsequent enrollments later on, in which case it may or may not be. I think we never really, we kind of got focused a couple weeks ago on the initial enrollment. We didn't really spend a lot of time on subsequent enrollments and whether it makes sense, because when we very firmly, I think we've talked at length about the initial enrollment period. We believe the letter is not necessary there. It's a waste of money, duplicative, and just beyond not necessary. For subsequent periods, or once things are up and running, you've got customers, moving into the county, from somewhere far away. Just we're not dealing with the moving within the county, because those are subject to seamless moves. But you've got someone coming in from wherever, they become a new customer, they're going to get a welcome letter. They're going to be advised as to how the CCA works, and they're going to be enrolled in it during the next sweep. So
is there a reason why the welcome letter couldn't contain the provisions of the?
Exactly. That's exactly where I was going, Judge Grace. It would basically
then why
say,
why wouldn't you contain the same? Just FYI, maybe to Lisa, there's a string of complaints cases going up through a string, like a hefty string over the last few years of complaint cases that are moving up through the court system on exactly this issue. And, whether just not provide, some of them are whether just not providing a supplier contract pursuant to the COMAR 2053-0708. It means that there's essentially like a pattern and procedure of being deceitful. This, just FYI, these sections that David just referred to, I'm just not going to remain quiet on it. They're kind of have been at the forefront of the commission's mind for the last few years, based on a boatload of complaints that came from just a few suppliers recently. So just make a note of that.
So I just want to, can I just ask a follow-up question, Judge Grace?
Sure.
I mean, I certainly appreciate the heads up. I do follow, generally I see what's going on with the supplier complaints. I know there's been like a string of them about the Maryland Telephone Solicitation Act, for example.
That's correct.
Okay, is that what you're referring to? Because I want to make sure I know.
Well, there's that, and there's a few others. But these, for both reasons, these sections are at the forefront of the commission's mind. And I don't know why Montgomery County, when it could comply with this just by its welcome letter, wouldn't comply with these.
oh, yeah, I think so. Our understanding is that that letter is now correct. There are people on the phone who know this process better than we. That letter has to go out after the enrollment, and so it seems like a timing issue. We don't object in any way at all to ample communication with a customer, but it's
right. You want to decide what it is later, and the commission already has things, already has sections in its existing COMAR regs that say what the commission expects with regards to somebody other than the basic utility complying and
right. So like under the way the CCA will work is someone new moves in, they get a letter from us welcoming them. If you don't, we have there's a CCA in Montgomery County. If you can select a supplier, or if you don't opt out, you're going to be enrolled in the CCA during the next sweep period. And if they don't do anything, they're going to be enrolled. We believe we believe that's sufficient. The current regulations, if we were to expose ourselves to those, we would do all that. Then we'd send another letter saying, congratulations, you're in, we'd have to send another letter after their enrollment, which seems to be redundant with what we just told them the week before.
Okay, well, taking a step back from the Montgomery County's goals of keeping autonomy and also, not having to make any decisions now, but being able to make its own decisions later. But looking at it more objectively, at the point where you get to the supplier reg 0.08 supplier contracts, that's the section that's skipped right here, there's already had to be an affirmative action by somebody signing up for a supplier.
Right.
So in the case of the CCA, where if somebody doesn't take an action, they're gonna be signed up, wouldn't you think that that it would be more consumer protective to send them a full contract with all terms and services, terms and conditions, when they're not? So think of it as a complaint comes to the commission, right? Right now, a complaint comes to the commission and a customer supposedly has taken an action to sign up with a supplier. They've, you know, signed a piece of paper or however it is they do it. So the supplier has that in hand and says, look, this person signed up, and they still have to send a contract. Now, we may have complaints coming before the commission on the CCA. The CCA, the customer will say, I never signed up. I didn't do anything. Well, and doesn't matter. You're signed up for the CCA. But in that case, I would think you would want the full contract terms and conditions to be sent to the customer in that case, maybe perhaps even more. I'm just putting it out there. And there's Leah put a comment in the comment section. She missed the beginning of this conversation, but typically CCA customers in other jurisdictions receive a contract once enrolled in the CCA. In other jurisdictions, there's an agreement about what these terms of service look like. They are filed with the PSC and approved for use by the CCA.
Yeah, I mean, that may happen. Like, what if that happens? Like between the, what if that information is sent to the customer after they move in? Like they move in on the, let's just say for argument's sake, the sweep is the first of every month. Let's argument's sake. So a customer moves in on the 2nd. All right. So then sometime during that month, we send them the welcome letter. It contains all the information that Leah just described. And then on the 1st of the following month, they're enrolled. Wouldn't that be redundant to then send them another letter saying we just told them in the previous letter?
All right. So, okay. So you do with it what you will on what you're proposing to the commission. I just thought, you know, just because somebody's not commenting today doesn't mean that they're agreeing with what's in either staff's or your submissions. And everybody will have an opportunity to comment, and that'll go into the report.
Well, yeah.
I just wanted to note it just in case you guys were unaware, since David brought it up. Go ahead, Robbie. And David, I don't know if we need to go back to you, but if we do, you can raise your hand. I'm sorry I interrupted. Go ahead, Robbie.
Okay, thank you, Judge Grace. Real fast. So Michael, when you're saying the letter, you're not referring to the letter that the utility is going to send out once we receive the enrollment, correct? This is a different letter you're talking about?
Well, you know, I'm not sure, Robbie, actually. I'm wondering if we could talk about this now. This is a topic that we talked about before.
Right.
I don't think it got resolved, unfortunately. So if now's a good time to resolve it, I mean, I guess that's what work groups are for, right? We're not trying to get out of anything. We're not trying to get out of anything here. We're just trying to be efficient and not send the same thing twice. That's really all we're trying to do.
Yeah, because for our letter, it wouldn't have anything about pricing in the letter that
Right.
the utilities send out. Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that our position would be that given all, well, now again, we have to probably just differentiate between the initial transition versus the subsequent transitions. I mean, this principle is kind of the same either way. It's maybe easier to focus on the initial, but it's also important to talk about the subsequent. I mean, given all the communication that's going to be occurring leading up to the initial transition, it would seem a bit needlessly formalistic for the utilities to send out that letter, given all the communication and money that the CCA is going to be spending on doing the same messaging. That's just our thought. I mean, ultimately, you know, it's your decision, obviously, or the commission's. Just seems to be like not the best use of funds.
May I just ask a clarifying question on that? Are you saying for the utility to send out the letter that we normally send out on transition to the CCA?
I think that what we're thinking is that that letter may not be necessary, at least in the initial transition. Is there a strong, I mean, do the utilities feel strongly otherwise?
Well, it's an automatic letter that we send out right
Mhm.
now. As of right now, it's an
Yes.
automatic, at least for Potomac Edison,
Mhm.
letter that we send out on that transition.
Yep.
We have a process that we could do if you requested it to not send it out.
Mhm.
But
mean-
it's, as of right now, it's something that we automatically do.
Yep. I mean, look, it's not like Montgomery County like has a, you know, it's like it really matters all that much to the county per se or the CCA. It just, I think our observation is that it's just redundant and just maybe save the stamp. It's kind of our thought.
Yeah, but again, you're assuming that everyone is going to read what you all send. They might not know anything happened until they receive the letter from the utility that their service was changed. So, you know, we're just
Well,
catching it on the backside.
I mean, that's a point. Again, I'm not, maybe just to be devil's advocate, you know, because this was our recommendation. You know, it's like if a customer, I might think a customer would be as likely to open up a letter coming from Montgomery County, you know, from their utility. I mean, both of them are, you know, very recognizable names. Again, I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, right?
I'm sorry, just the bottom line is, you know, we're required to send the letter out. Whenever there's a change to the customer's account for a supplier, we have to send out notification that the change was made to the account.
Right. But if the commission were to say, hey, like recognizing that there's going to be all this hoopla, you know, about the CCA, you know, maybe we save 250,000 stamps and letters.
I hate to get into the cost aspect, but then we have to reprogram it so that, you know, one supplier's letters don't go out specifically for the CCA versus all the other suppliers' letters that are going to go out. So, I mean, so, you know, again, we're adding cost. You know,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. PE. It sounds like PE. I don't know. Maybe it's worth maybe ask. Maybe this is something. If you're certain that that can't be avoided, even as a one-time deal.
Well, what we're doing is like what Robbie was saying. We're blocking that entire supplier's letters for the day or the days that that's going out. We have to know what days that's occurring. We're blocking all of their letters from that day.
Right. So, I mean, this is embarrassing. I don't even know exactly how much a stamp costs anymore, but you know, between the stamp and the envelope and the paper and I would think it's, I don't know how much it costs, but times 250,000, I would think there's got to be a way to put a block on that's less than $250,000. I would think. Assuming $1 per customer, but
the downside for something like that is it's affecting other transitions too, unless, like what he was saying, unless we put in a process, we're blocking other transactions as well.
Right.
Well, I mean, if everyone wants to do it, I don't know, Lisa, Stan, you know, I don't know. I think Bill Fields, you know, thought that maybe that there's a better use of funds last month when we first spoke about this. That's our position. But there's a lot. Let me turn it over to my colleagues.
Lisa, do you still have a comment? Bill just raised his hand, maybe to answer that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I had a couple thoughts. I mean, just so I understand, sort of combining the last two issues on this notice. So if I understand correctly, one of the proposals on the table is for the county. So initial enrollment, we would have the first notice, the second notice, then the transition would happen, the utility would send a notice, and then under the earlier conversation proposal, we would then send a third notice. I just want to make sure I'm understanding what the sort of options are. So the county would have sent out 3 notices and the utility would also have sent out a notice. And then for the post initial enrollment, the county would send sort of a welcome to the county. This is what CCA is, and you're gonna be swept unless you do X. And then the, the enrollment happens, the utility would send a letter, and then the proposal is that the county would send a letter to those as well, saying it has been done. I just want to make sure I understand sort of who's sending who's sending how many numbers of letters.
For the utility, we send ours after we receive the enrollment transaction.
Right. So, and then my understanding from the earlier conversation of section 08, Judge Grace specifically brought up this concept of the issues that are going on with other supplier cases. And so what would be the benefit of having the CCA send a third letter basically to the initial enrollment folks. So I just want to make sure I'm getting that. I want to make sure I understand the timing too. So like initial enrollment, we would send the first notice.
I thought it was the contract, or am I mistaken?
Yeah, it's a contract. And,
Okay.
honestly, I'm having trouble finding it right now, but I think it can be emailed. Like it's providing the full terms in the contract. That's what's under 0.08.
Well, have we concluded that definitively that a contract is required even for like the base product? Because while some CCAs may send out contracts, it is our understanding that for like a base product, I use that term loosely, but I think we all know what I mean by it. A contract, a traditional contract may not be required.
Well, it's not a contract because they're not signing up for it. They're going by
Right.
default. But it's the thought that matters. It's the term. It's the complete terms and service so that they know what to expect.
Yeah. Yes. But and that's going to be in the pre-notices, so that they can make informed decisions.
Go ahead, Bill.
Thanks. I did speak up on this before. It seemed to me, it still does, that with the initial transfer of customers, it's sufficient that everybody in Montgomery County get 2 notices, and then the switch happened. They get the 2 notices from the county or the CCA, and then the switch happens, and then it's on their bill that they're served by the Montgomery County CCA. I don't see a lot of harm in the utility following up with the usual switch letter. The reason for the switch letter, I think it's a lot different with the CCA situation than a retail supplier. So I don't think it's necessary. Like I said, I don't see a big harm in it, although it would be a big cost. It does seem like it would be a significant, maybe not significant in the whole utility sense, but would be a good number of dollars that would be spent for 200-some thousand letters to go out. And I don't see a need, like Michael was just saying. I think the second, as far as providing the terms and conditions, I think the second notice is going to describe the service to the customers, and then that all the information is going to be posted on their website, and that's going to be, I think that's sufficient to give notice to the customers of what the service is, and there doesn't need to be a follow-up additional notice or mailing of terms and conditions by the CCA after the fact, whether it's at the initial or when you're on an ongoing basis. The customers are going to get a notice from the CCA that they're going to be on that service if they don't do anything, and that they'll know how to find out the information will be provided to them what the service is going to be. If it's too hard to turn off the utility follow-up letter, then I guess it can still go out, but it doesn't. I don't think it adds much.
Hey, Bill, what about 0.12 assignment of contract? Required, the CCA is gonna potentially could, get bids from one supplier and then get bids from another supplier and change their product offering. And that provision has, notice to customers and also notice to OPC and others on those types of changes. You have an opinion, Bill, on whether that should be included or not?
I can't say I've thought of it that much. I mean, the customers are going to be supplied by the CCA, and even there's going to be price changes. I don't think the CCA should have to send a notice every time they change prices, or even if they have a change in their mix of wholesale suppliers. That's going to be happening all the time. So, just when I first think of it, I don't think that I don't see a need to have any kind of special notice like you would when the company that the customer, in a retail supply situation, the customer has a contract with some company, and if that's being assigned, well, now they're contracted with a different company and they have to get a notice of that. The fact that Montgomery County switches wholesale suppliers, even if it's for full requirements, I don't think the same need is there to notify the customers of that.
Yeah,
Okay.
Bill, it's in the current assignment of contract provision in 20.32.01, 0.12C is assignment or transfer of a supplier contract from one supplier to another is not an enrollment or drop. And so you're right, the contract between the customer, the contract or the quote contract or the relationship the customer has is actually with the CCA anyway. And so to the extent the CCA uses one supplier and then another supplier, if the concern isn't addressed by the fact that the relationship is with the CCA and not directly with the supplier, it seems like this other provision saying that assignment from one of a supplier contract to another supplier isn't an enrollment or drop. So I think totally consistent with what you're saying, 100%.
Judge Grace, it's Fran. Could I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I agree with what Leah just put in the chat box. They should be required to send a letter with the important terms and conditions. At this point, somewhere buried in all the information that's going to hit all these small commercial customers and residential customers is going to be a line buried that the CCA will give them 30-day notice when they change the rates. And trouble is going to start to happen when the members see the first rate and they do their comparison with what they can purchase it for and some kind of perhaps introductory rate that's being offered on the default service. And then when that rate changes, customers are not going to automatically know every 30 days, I've got to go to Montgomery County website and check and find out when this rate is going to change. That's a very different procedure than they're following now. People know how long they signed their contracts for. They know how long the SOS service is for. They have that information. This is going to be totally new. So I believe that once they are enrolled, there needs to be a letter setting forth, I'm going to call it contract terms, but really it's the terms and conditions of service with it highlighted, like there's no cancellation fee. They can withdraw anytime, who to contact with questions, just like Leah said, and how frequently that rate will change or how often they will know that a rate is going to change, that they will need to check every 30 days to find out what rate they're being charged. Because otherwise, if the rates go up, they're not paying attention. By the time they get their new bill and find out rates went up X%, it's too late to recover the past 30 days. So I do think it's important that those terms and conditions go out once a customer's been enrolled.
I mean, the streamlined message, Fran, the information that Fran describes, and also the information that Leah describes in the chat box, Seems like that would be information that would be conveyed in the, at the very least, in the second notice, and to the extent knowable in the first notice. I'm not sure, again, like why it needs, why it would need to be sent out. I mean, the second notice might literally be just a few weeks before the transition occurs.
Because it's all so new. This is a big change from what they've been doing. And they
Yeah,
will,
absolutely. Yeah. And the county is going to have a robust media campaign, describing this. I mean, think about if you drive around the county, even today, you see signs popping up all over the place for various energy related initiatives that pale in comparison to what's going to be occurring once the CCA gets up to speed.
but nobody is automatically enrolled in them. And they're not going to have signs saying your rates could change every 30 days or you will.
Well, I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Wait. Please do not interrupt Fran as she's making.
She's interrupting.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. I thought you were finished. I really didn't.
Go ahead, Fran. That's fine.
In your advertisements are for people who want something. They're not for people who are automatically enrolled. The key part that people need to be aware of, they need to check the county's website every 30 days to find out, are their rates changing, especially small commercial customers. That could be a potential problem, and that's where you're going to get complaints. So having a notice come out which says, this is what your rate is, this is what you're enrolled in, and these rates could change, but you will have 30 days notice. That is a key term and condition. And you can also say, by the way, there's no cancellation fee, who to contact. If all it is a stamp, that's not too big a burden to avoid the kinds of complaints that could potentially come when customers receive unanticipated bill increases that they didn't know could be happening.
So just for the record, we have not ever made a representation that rates are going to change every 30 days, just for the record.
You said we will only have 30 days notice. That's what I said.
Well, that's more than, that is almost 3 times as long as anyone else provides. One of the reasons why we're doing that, but that's a customer protection. That says at least 30 days. It does not say every 30 days.
Wait. Right now, customers know when SOS rates change because the same process has been in effect for years and years and years. And customers know when their supply contracts ends. So they know the end of April, the end of June, whenever their contract ends, their rates are going to change, and perhaps their contract will renew unless they do something. They're going to be unfamiliar with that in Montgomery County. And I didn't say rates would change every 30 days, but they will only have 30-day notice to make a decision. So I think they ought to know about that once they're enrolled, since it is a default service.
Okay, David Hoppick, I'm sorry. You referenced these sections that were skipped and I interrupted and went down a tangent. Were you finished with your comment about those sections?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, Jorge Aguilar has his hand raised.
Hey, one thing I think we've chatted about before is just that, I think you can go back and forth as to how many notices there need to be. And I think we're trying to be reasonable in the work group here. I worry about, right, like meeting every last potential contingency plan for upset customers. To Fran's question, I think she has valid points, but I'm not sure we're talking about 5 customers here or we're talking a big bulk of customers who will have these questions. So we are talking in very inexact terms. To me, right, there is a reasonable, like a valid point either way. I think the county is saying, if we are sending multiple notices where we're trying to explain as best as possible to customers what the process is, there's a valid one to say, well, should we send 2? Should we send 3? Should we send 10? Because every single notice comes with an additional cost. And so if we make the cost too high, right, all of this also gets passed on to the customer. So there's a reasonable concern there, and to plan ahead for, right, like, oh, how many complaints come into the PSC? It's sort of, in a way, like the cost of doing business with a lot of the ways this this stuff works. So again, I think it's valid. I just, worry about like being inexact about, well, is this going to be a huge complaint? I have no idea. I don't think that's the case with the way things have been laid out right now by the county.
So
Go ahead, Michael, and then Leah.
thanks, Judge Grace. Would it be possible to for the group to come to some sort of like either agreement or an agreement not to agree on like the letter, like the utility letter that goes out? I mean, that seems like a fairly discrete item. It's that like lends itself to being resolved one way or another. No, I mean, because we've got a lot of notes here that we're trying to keep track of everything, and it would be nice to tie up some of them at least today.
I'm not sure that we have everybody that we need from the utility to make that decision today, but we can ask folks to get back to us on that. Go ahead, Leah.
Okay. Because that's we'd like to tie things up. Like that is what we want to do. Like that is the goal of the work group. In our view, and I think everybody's view, obviously. Okay. Thank you.
So, hey, thanks, Judge. I'm a little reluctant to make this conversation go on longer than necessary, but I just want to make sure I'm clear on what we're talking about. So Fran, I was listening to Fran, and I don't necessarily disagree with the comment around customers needing to know. I guess are we talking about the notice of change in rate provision here that, Michael, I see you guys changed it from 12 days prior to the billing period to 30 days, which is fine. But I mean, I guess I'm just like sort of backing up a step. The purpose of this section of the regs is to address customers on month-to-month variable contracts to make sure that they have access to their next month's rate. So I guess, I mean, maybe this is a really important provision for the county because you have plans to offer month-to-month variable contracts. But before we get really too twisted up about it, I just wanted to ask that question because that's the actual intent of this provision in the regs from when it was adopted in 2016. So I just wanted to kind of flag that this is really a very specific reg to deal with a very specific issue and not necessarily one that will even come into play for the county. So
were you asking me?
That's
It's
all.
Fran. Were you asking me or the county?
No, I was saying that I wasn't necessarily disagreeing with what you were saying about customers needing to have access to rates changing. I'm not commenting on that. I'm merely like backing up a step or two to say if that's the section of the rules, proposed rules here that we're talking about, this point 13, then I just wanted to flag and make sure that there was an understanding of what that rule is about and what it's aimed at. And it's aimed at a specific type of product in the market. And, to me, it doesn't necessarily need to be too big of a deal if the county's not even going to offer a month-to-month variable price, right? So I just wanted to sort of try to level set that a little to make sure we were all on the same page of when this will even come into play. That's really it.
I was just more concerned with people being aware that they will have 30 days notice when a rates change so that customers know that perhaps they need to be checking frequently the Montgomery County website. That was the only purpose that I said this for, which is why they need the terms and conditions of service once they're enrolled.
Go ahead, Robbie.
Thank you, Judge Grace. Michael, real fast. Are you referring to the enrollment letter just for the transition period? For the initial 250,000 customers or ongoing?
Well, both. I mean, we could talk either one. I mean, they're different. So probably, I mean, would it be easier to figure out the initial one first?
We'll look into it.
Okay, terrific. No, that'd be great. Thanks.
I mean, Michael, this is Leah. On that point, I mean, all I can say about the utility, enrollment notification letters, that's something that's always gone out for all switches for suppliers. I don't know why it's a problem for that letter to go out as customers are moved over to the CCA. I mean, what's it really about? It's really about making sure customers know. And I mean, I don't necessarily disagree that maybe it's not necessary in general. I mean, I think suppliers don't necessarily think it's necessary because we also are sending out letters to customers telling them that they're coming over to our supply, but it's just been one of those requirements in Maryland and frankly, virtually every state with choice where
Yeah.
customers make switches. That just happens, right? So, you know, I don't know that we have a strong view, but I mean, you know, when it comes to sort of the level playing field issues, we might
Well,
just
yeah,
for that
no.
reason, right?
I hear you, Leah, and frankly, it's not like, you know, the hugest thing in the world for us. It's not something we're going to fall on our sword about. You know, take it all the way to the Supreme Court, as they say. But I think when we first learned of this, you know, like midway through this process, we're like, wait a second, what? Like, really? Like, and then we thought, well, if we were proposing something that cost $250,000, and a number of stakeholders or anyone on the phone thought, well, that's just like seems like kind of an unnecessary expense. You know, why spend that much money if we don't need to? We'd probably be like, yeah, well, maybe we don't need to. So that's why it kind of just struck us. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I get it.
also
I do get it. I just,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were
agreed.
looking for feedback on what people think. So I'm just sharing that, you know,
Yeah.
like from the supplier perspective, it's kind of, that's, I think, how at least I think about it a little bit. I mean, I might be able to be convinced that it's not necessary, but it also makes me go, okay, but why is it necessary for all of my switches? So you know what I mean? Like,
right.
yeah.
Well, I mean, presumably it's in the consumer protection section, right? Or that's probably its
That's right.
origin, presumably for, you know, unauthorized, you know, switches, unauthorized enrollments is probably the reason for it. And here, you know, I don't think that the concern of unauthorized enrollments exists for an opt-out CCA. So that's another reason why the letter may not actually be applicable in either case for the transition or subsequently, because it's like saying welcome to SOS. I mean, it's like it's opt-out. And then Leah, thanks for reminding us about the origin of the 12-day notice period. And again, like we have not ever advocated or suggested that we're going to be changing rates every 30 days. The expectation is that the rate is going to be much smoother, and you know, the purpose for which this provision was designed doesn't really apply to the CCA. So it's good to have that reminder. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. No problem.
Okay, we gotta get moving if we're gonna be able to cover the other submissions by Montgomery County. I think we might have been done with this one. Am I right, Michael?
There was a section at the end on customer deposits.
Okay,
And so we propose in the aggregation plan that if there are ever customer deposits or late payment charges for like extra services, that they would be delineated in the aggregation plan. And that they will not apply, you know, we're not going to get that mixed up with the POR.
okay, any questions or comments? Go ahead, David Havoc.
So are you, like, how would you bill for these extra things? Because there are limits on, for example, what the utilities can charge for late payments. You know, late payments they're generally limited to 5% of the bill, but
Right.
the utility late payment charges are up to that 5% limit, such that if they were purchasing your receivable and then there was a late payment charge on top of that, then customers would be paying more than the COMAR limit on late payment charges.
Yeah, we're not going to violate the COMAR limit on late payment charges. Any late payment charges that exist would be for you know, products or services that are non-jurisdictional to the commission.
So things you would bill yourself. So you would
Perhaps,
not,
yeah, perhaps. The point is that it'll be articulated in the plan. We just haven't put all those pieces together yet. We just don't want to be precluded from applying a deposit or a charge in a way that works with all of the existing rules that are already in place. So in other words, anything we do is not going to be inconsistent with the existing rules.
Go ahead, Robbie.
Thank you, Just Grace. So for the late payment charges, again, under POR, we're paying you on time.
Right.
So there wouldn't be any late charges assessed.
Correct. Not for anything. Right. Not for
commodity.
anything. Right. Exactly. Not for anything. No late payment charges for anything that's covered by POR. That's right.
So then that would have to be billed separately by whoever, not through the utility bill.
Exactly. But right. But these regulations cover the CCA, like writ large, like the CCA, no matter what. So if the CCA wants to offer a product or service separate from the utility bill, that would and charge a deposit or a late payment charge, that would be precluded under this provision.
Right. Well, shouldn't that it should say that, correct? Versus just a blanket statement as a late payment charge, because that would be imply that you're applying it to the commodity portion as well, which you cannot do under POR.
Right. Well, we already can't do that. Right. We don't need to say here that we can't do something we can't do somewhere else. Right. Exactly. What we can't do is we can't have a provision in the customer protection section saying that the CCA can't charge customer deposits. We already are precluded from the POR section to having the POR collect customer deposits and late payment charges, or it's not even relevant.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Did I answer the question clearly, Robbie? I'm happy to restate it if
No,
if
it does. It just says you have a blank statement that says late payment charges.
Well, so okay, so that
is,
okay, got it. So in the final, thank you for pointing that out or asking about that. Those words are there. In hindsight, they should have been like crossed out with a comment on the side. They are there because they should have been X'd out.
Okay.
We believe that they just don't apply. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Perfect.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification, or thanks for asking for that clarification. Okay. Next section. That would be aggregation plan. Okay. Okay, so what we propose in this section is to set forth basically like a listing of all of the information that needs to be included in the aggregation plan in order to provide the commission with enough information to make a decision as to whether to accept it. But by definition, that would also include information to all stakeholders to form an opinion as to whether they support or oppose or support with modification of the plan. This is a document that we've seen before. The base document for this was about a 25 slide deck that we circulated in mid-August. So purpose, to establish the required contents of a CCA aggregation plan. And then, the main section is the plan, process, and the contents. And so, again, I'm not going to read through the whole thing. Certainly, it should be familiar to everyone. I'm just kind of scrolling through it to see if there's anything that jumps out at me as different from before. Oh, we added at the end that we would describe the proposed cybersecurity plan. And in that, we took the verbiage that was provided by staff in a separate provision that had been proposed describing only cybersecurity. It was a chapter dedicated only to cybersecurity. It was extremely brief. And again, we thought that in the interest of consolidating everything and like finding the chapter that describes what's the roadmap for the CCA plan, where is the complete list of requirements of what the CCA has to do, it seemed like having it all in one chapter made sense. And that's what this plan is. So we added that we have to describe the cybersecurity plan. And we took the wording straight from, I believe it's straight from staff's recommendation. So we are available for questions on this chapter. I will say while questions are forming that we did review staff's proposed section on the aggregation plan contents, which is very, very detailed. And we do believe that that will be a useful document for us to reference as we write the plan. But we believe that this framework, this outline here, this listing of contents is more appropriate for giving the CCA the latitude to tailor its responses based on what it wants to do, essentially by asking broader questions. Sometimes you get more useful information by asking one broad question than by asking like 10 specific questions, because by asking 10 specific questions, you risk missing something that's important, and you put the questioner in the position where they answer all 10 questions and then they're done. Whereas when you ask a broad question, which is effectively what we propose here, it gives us the ability to elaborate on a bunch of different topics that will ultimately meet with the stakeholders and the commission's satisfaction.
Go ahead, Drew. I think you might be muted. And then Phil.
Yeah, no, thanks. I was just waiting to be called on. I had a question at the top, 03A. Just a clarification. So are you stating, because you changed it from may to shall to may. Are you stating that a CCA may not have to file a plan, or are you saying just because they were approved to be a CCA?
The latter. The latter. Right.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So, we'll put it in our comments, but I just thought maybe there should be some extra verbiage there just to confirm that, I hear what you're saying, but if they want to be approved to form a CCA, they obviously shall submit a plan. So, okay.
Right. It can't be approved if you don't submit it. Right.
Right. Yes. But yeah. Okay. It just seemed to kind of leave the door open for folks to say, well, we don't have to submit a plan, but
okay. I understand.
Just
okay.
wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Phil.
So, Michael, do you have a sense of how long it will take to approve an aggregation plan?
That would be, as they say, above my pay grade to try to presume how long the commission will take.
But in terms of, I think one of the distinctions of what staff's, this is a 3-page set of reg, and staff has considerably more detail in there. I think you mentioned that that's a useful guide for you in preparing it.
Right.
Well, if it's useful, why wouldn't it be reasonable to have everybody in agreement that those would be things that would be that you would prepare and have available when you make your initial filing?
Yeah.
I think the effort that went into putting that together was intended to smooth the process of approving the plan by really trying to think in advance, well, what needs to be in here, and
Yep.
how can we avoid having to attempt to use a discovery process,
Right.
get all this information. So
Totally.
what it seems that if we're sort of asking for a lengthier process, if all of the information that or at least trying to think of in advance, if much of that is not incorporated, and then we're sort of saying these are the things we're going to need to ask about. We're going to have to ask about them. That's going to add however many times back and forth with discovery. So aren't you concerned about the amount of time that this is going to take? And wouldn't you agree that with a more kind of like laid out and sort of described process, it might be easier to make sure you bring all that information? And do we know from your response, like which of the elements of the aggregation plan that you would dispute responding to, and maybe we should look at that and focus on those issues?
Right. So we are in receipt, of course, of your draft from the other day. And I think it would be beyond optimal if we could like marry up, this document with your document like that. I mean, that's been the biggest sticking point, I think, throughout. And so just, as an illustration, so we've got in section 9, describe a purchasing plan. And it says designed to save ratepayers money. So the design to save ratepayers money is obviously of paramount importance to us. It's also taken from the legislation, but really the key words in that title are describe a purchasing plan. Okay. So then we say, like, what's our plan? How are we going to evaluate suppliers? What's the anticipated procurement frequency, long-term power purchase agreements, and how we're going to monitor and oversee the plan? So, I realize those are just like 5 bullets, but you could write pages and pages and pages in response to each of those. Like, there's a huge amount of information that needs to be required to answer those questions to anyone's reasonable satisfaction, which is exactly what we plan to do. So then when we look at the alternative proposal, which I've got up here on my screen, which is what you circulated last week, it talks about a lot of extremely specific things which are important, and to the extent they're knowable would be included. So, for example, keeping those items that I just read, like as the reference point, the baseline, if you will. Your schedule proposes that we provide the date by which we will request supply or request for proposals to suppliers. We don't know the date by which we're going to request, requests for proposals. The time and date for the submittal of supplier bids to the CCA, we don't know that. The time and date by which the CCA will submit initial bids or proposal for default rates to the commission, we don't know that. The date of the commission hearing on approval of the initial CCA bids, we don't know that. Like, I could go on. We don't know the answer to many of these items, and I don't know that all of this detail is going to be known even when the plan is filed. I don't, without knowing, even if we knew the date on which the commission were to rule favorably on the plan, assuming no changes, even if we knew that date, I don't know that we would be able to state the date and time by which any certain task is going to happen in the remaining months. But of course, we don't know when the commission's going to rule anyway. So it's kind of like not relevant. And these are all excellent questions that staff has in the list of items to be included in the aggregation plan. And to the extent possible, or to the extent applicable, both, we look forward to responding to them. But in many of these cases, you can kind of take like 10 questions and fold them into one broad one, and then give us the opportunity to elaborate in a manner that's specifically tailored to exactly what we want to do, with the understanding that, and trust me, we know that, this is going to be a rigorous process. We have no illusions that we're just going to file the plan and it's just going to sail through, and that's fine. Like, we don't really see it as being a adversarial process in a negative way. We see it as, a collaborative process where we all get together, but this list of tasks or details that the staff seeks to be included are all covered. We believe that literally every single one of them is covered by one or more of the items that we have listed, and that we have a vision of what the plan is going to look like, although it hasn't been written, yet. But this is the format that the plan is going to take. And if we just take this like laundry list of many dozens of items, it's actually going to make it a lot harder for us to comply and to provide a holistic report that like makes sense. I mean, there's details here like a description of any cost true-up mechanism, including the true-up method and the frequency of true-ups. I mean, in reality, I'm just picking one here at random, Phil, right? But the frequency of true-ups, like for a 7-year pilot, based on where we are now and based on what we don't know and what we won't know even when we're writing the plan, is the answer to how frequent will true-ups be. I mean, the answer is probably going to be something like on an as-needed basis, because it's completely impossible to know what the answer to that question is with any more specificity.
David Hoppick.
So, a bit of a brief response to that. So, obviously it's specific. As I said before, this is in part from our experience with the MYP process, where we developed very detailed filing requirements for the utilities for the MYP, which we had never dealt with before. And so again, we're going to be dealing with something we've never dealt with before. So we're trying to think of all the information we think we would need. Obviously, there's going to be, if you're going to do an RFP, not a bidding process similar to SOS, not saying what staff's position would be on that, but, some of these questions, an answer would presumably be not applicable. And, you can always go beyond the specific set of questions, and there can always be a narrative to the, an overall purchase plan. And then, here's staff specific questions. Okay, here's how we answer those specific questions. But, like your example on a true up, like, a frequency of a true up that's unknown, I mean, I gotta be honest, that's like totally worthless information to us, and staff doesn't know how to react to that. And, our comments to the commission would likely be, they've told us there might be a true up, but we have no idea how it will work. And, true ups swing people's bills, right? Under the BSA, there's a limit of 10%, but, we would not know the limit of how much bills would swing. For SMECO, they have a process whereby their true up triggers resetting the rates. I mean, there's a reason why you need the specificity on these different things. And if some of them don't apply, they don't apply. But because otherwise the information is so general as to, it's really hard to be useful to staff to analyze. So, I realize this is a big topic, so I'll stop there.
So we have one more thing to go over. We've already gone over these two very different sets of what's to be required in the plan. We started with Phil's question, which was, can you look at our plan and say specifically what things you object to in our plan? And the response from Montgomery County was, okay, well, these are some things that we specifically object to, and so this is why our plan is better. And then the response from staff was, okay, well, this is why we need these things in this plan. So we're not gonna go through this. We can always schedule an off time meeting for these. They are very different. Essentially for these, the commission's gonna have to pick one or the other, and it's gonna work the exact same way. If the commission picks the plan, which hopefully you can see on the left from Montgomery County, then staff is going to take the plan on the right and put these into data requests and send it out. And, there'll be several rounds of data requests and the procedure will take a little bit longer. If the staff picks, if the commission picks the one from staff, then Montgomery County is going to say 6-1 or 7-1 or whatever is inapplicable because we don't know at this time. We're just going to submit these two to the commission, so there's no need to go over them anymore, and we can move on unless there's any comments.
Well, I would just say, Judge Grace, Montgomery County hopes that Montgomery County anticipates that the plan will be complete, thorough, descriptive, responsive, and written in a manner that answers all of the reasonable questions given how CCAs are different from utility cost of service.
Okay, staff's stated duty is to complete the record. And staff has given you a list of what they think they need, what information they think they need to complete the record and to be able to make a recommendation to the commission. So whether or not you think those things are reasonable or not, staff thinks they're reasonable and is going to be asking for that information before they make a recommendation to the commission. So we're not going to delay this now. The commission's going to pick one or the other, who knows? But, without making further headway on this, probably things are going to be delayed later. And we can move on to, I think the last one is 18, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, we are respectful of everyone's time through this whole stakeholder process thus far, and for the months to continue, it just seems like a moment here to take the opportunity again to articulate that we believe the intention of the General Assembly, as with CCAs everywhere else in the country, is to give the CCA the latitude to operate in the way that we have been describing for the past year, and not in the highly constrained, prescriptive, regulated manner in which has been described as the alternative. And so we sincerely hope that we're not all collectively on this call subjected to that type of data request, which we believe to be inconsistent with the intent of the General Assembly and inconsistent with how CCAs are supposed to operate.
Michael, I fully get that you don't think that that is reasonable, but you should also fully get that staff believes they need that information to make to complete their statutory duty and to make a reasonable recommendation to the commission. You have to try to put yourself in their shoes too. And I get it. That's why we're not wasting time on it now. That's not why we're not trying to go through and, parse one after the other, because
right.
I don't think you're going to come to agreement on it because you have such opposing views.
Okay.
So can we start with chapter 18, please? We have
chapter 18. So this one, I'm ever the optimist. I dare say, I don't think there's much controversial here. A little complicated, but so this is about SOS, uncollectible expense recovery. And in putting together this document, we what we believe we did is collected everyone's edits that were like not opposed by anyone else. So I know that utilities had a couple comments, and staff responded in a memo format that had some green text in it a couple weeks ago, if you remember. And so in anywhere where like a utility or someone had an edit and staff's response was like, okay, and no one had a problem with it, we incorporated those. I believe all those changes are in here. Everyone obviously should check to make sure that their comments are included. Any omissions were unintentional. Title SOS uncollectible expense recovery. We changed the word in 1A1 just from would be to is, because whatever the estimate of the uncollectible expense is attributable. Like we're not suggesting that it's like not attributable or in any way isn't attributable. So we just changed would be. It just we thought that the word is as small as is would be clearer. So once the estimate is determined to be attributable, like it is what it is. So what's going to happen? So no later than 90 days prior to the date, the utilities will calculate and file an estimate of the amount of SOS uncollectible expense, which is attributable. Okay, fine. Then an estimate of the change in the SOS administrative charge. Okay. And then a proposed allocation or assignment of the SOS uncollectible expense. And here's where we made an addition. Our understanding is this number is usually pretty small, but it should be collected. We don't want it to be all charged to the CCA at once. It should be collected over the same course of time that it would be collected, as if it were business as usual and there were no CCA. And what our understanding is that it would be collected over a 12-month period. So the intent here is to simply have the costs recovered in the same manner in which they would be collected if they were being collected in a non-CCA world.
Bill, go ahead.
So, Michael, is that so the utility is going to identify the money, but it's not going to incorporate it into the POR discount rate immediately? Or is it going to, you're simply saying that if this is, however we collect this, and a POR discount rate is one way versus a charge, you're just saying that the CCA is going to collect it over 12 months?
Right.
In their charges, or the utility will collect it from the CCA over 12 months?
That sounds like one of those things, like sounds like a distinction without a difference. There may be a difference.
Going to recover this. Is the utility going to, like, I guess it depends on how the utility is going to recover the expense. If it's recovered through the like a form of the POR discount rate, that's one thing. If it's going to, if there's a lump if it moves from one utility accounting sort of location to another, I guess that's like, I'm just want to understand how you believe that would be implemented.
Well, so right. So here's what we wanted to avoid. And again, like these words, as far as we're concerned, the words are not set in stone, but the principle that we believe we're trying to address. In reading these paragraphs, what we want to do, it seemed from reading these sentences that there was a possibility that an amount of money, which in the absence of the CCA would be collected over some period of time, which we believe to be the next 12 months. And based on our reading of this, we were concerned that that amount that would ordinarily be collected in 12 increments would be sent to us to pay all at once. and we would then need to bill our customers all at once in order to pay that money back. And instead, however it's billed, we just don't want to be on the hook for 12 months worth of payments to be payable in 30 days is the bottom line.
So following the O2 portion, which I think you've got down below, that's where the utility will propose to the commission a tariff, which will establish the means to recover the SOS. I think what you're saying is under no circumstances will that tariff have anything other than a 12-month recovery, which maybe is totally agreeable, but you're effectively limiting what the utility can propose by suggesting this, although the way you're doing it, it doesn't really, this particular regulation doesn't really say who is going to collect what from whom. So maybe that's the way to fix it. But I guess you'll certainly have the opportunity to respond to whatever utility proposal would be made for recovery of this. And wouldn't it be fine just to like evaluate how they're going to recover it when they make that tariff filing, rather than trying to sort of dictate that approach right within another section of this regulation?
Well, I mean, wouldn't it provide more certainty to everyone if they knew like what was expected? Like that way they don't need to wonder like when should we, what would be acceptable to the commission? What would result in, a non-opposition when we file this thing? Having this here simply provides certainty that it'll be, or less risk that it would be rejected, more certainty that it would be accepted. And we wanted to signal to the work group. I mean, I guess this is like the vehicle that the county is using to signal to the work group that, we don't want to be hit with this bill in the way in which we believe that it could be applied. So, if we were talking, if this were, a year ago, we were talking in just broad generalizations with slides instead of like actual reg text, we might have just had it be a bullet, and it might have just worked itself out some other way, like just, hey, FYI. And then, hopefully everybody would say, yep, that sounds good to us. And if that's how it comes to be, if everybody's good with it, like, what's the problem with having it in the regulation anyway, then, I guess, consistent with the level of detail that is, being asked of, some others.
All right. Well, all right. So what staff proposed basically says that the utility is going to make is going to propose a means to collect this to the commission in the form of a tariff, and then B in our section says that it'll be part of a discount rate approach, but that the utility can also propose an alternate if that makes sense. So all those things sort of leave it open to. I mean, there's at a minimum there will be an approach that uses a discount rate, which is sort of consistent with how uncollected costs are recovered now. And those discount rates typically work over a 12-month period because they get reset annually, and it's intended to recover a certain amount over a 12-month period. So
okay,
like you sort of dictating that. Maybe if that were acceptable to folks, it probably ought to be down in the clarify that down in the recovery portion that the utility shall propose to the commission a tariff establishing a means to recover the the uncollectible expense, and then like A1 or something, the utility shall include a recovery that that takes 12 months or something at a minimum or at a maximum, however you want to look at it.
Yep.
But that would still allow the utility, if it's like if it's a tiny amount, maybe we're going to do this in 1 month, then we don't have to deal with it over the and put that in there or something. But I mean, it's already sort of being proposed as the one thing they will have to put out there is a discount rate. Those are already collected in 12 months. So let's maybe take a look at that and see if you're comfortable with that language.
Well,
you actually want to make it very clear that under no circumstances will this amount be recovered in less than 12 months. Then put it in the section that talks about the recovery mechanism.
Yeah, no, that's a helpful recommendation. And that is, I mean, that is what Montgomery County wants. We certainly respect the right of utilities to submit, proposed revisions to their own tariffs. And we, understand, rightly so, that, the level of deference that's typically paid to utilities when they make such filings. And so we just wanted to, basically be looking out for the interests of Montgomery County customers, not suggesting that utilities aren't, but we just wanted to take away any uncertainty about when this cost would be collected.
Okay.
Okay. I think that's pretty much it. Attributable to the CCA down in 2B, and then oh yeah, staff. I incorporated. We took the liberty of incorporating your comment here, Phil, in section 3. The utilities shall continuously track a CCA's uncollectible expense and other CCA costs eligible for recovery. And I don't recall exactly who made that recommended X out, but then we saw that you had put in, like, you want to discuss that. So I could turn the table over to you.
Yes, we looked at the sort of the other costs, and I think it's appropriate to put that in what should be covered in the CCA coordination tariff. That whole 03 reg, we're proposing to move that. So what we sent out on the 19th removes that, and I think that is a section that we are going to produce in the next round of drafts. So I don't think we're changing the language necessarily, but the location of where that goes is in a different chapter. This chapter is really just to sort of address the fact that there is a potential need to, to recover delinquent accounts receivable as that's a portion of the existing SOS that needs to be recovered from Montgomery County, and transferring that. So the mechanism for cost recovery will probably cover in the section that describes what goes into the CCA coordination tariff. We'll probably talk about it after we have that drafted up.
Are there any questions on chapter 18 or comments? Okay, I took some notes on what we were talking about. Folks needed to comment on based on today, and I'll send those out after the meeting in a new schedule. Does anybody else have any business for this meeting? Go ahead, Phil. You're muted.
Sorry, pressed the wrong button there. So in our schedule, there is a couple of the blue highlights that talk about working on the actual report.
Yep.
Do you have anything to share with the group about, like, what do you, is that a good schedule for that? And what sort of deliverables are you looking for from group members versus what you intend to prepare yourself for that? Do you have anything you can share with us on that?
Yeah, so I have been taking notes. And lately I've been going back through and rewatching. It's been agonizing rewatching these meetings and making sure my notes are correct. I did have the report. I have a draft. Well, it's not really a draft. It's raw. But it was organized by staff proposed sections. So now I'm gonna have to go back through and reorganize it based on subject matters. And I'm trying to figure out, I'm kind of just been distracted today thinking in my mind how I'm gonna do it. I'm not sure if I organize it by subject matter, refer to two sets of regs with different numbering. But so I'm in the process of reorganizing. Do I think that I can send out? I think the first draft, your proposed deadline for me was the beginning of December. Yes, I'll be on track to send out what I have at the beginning of December. And folks can take a look at that and let me know what you think. And you know, at this point, you should like pencil in on every Tuesday this meeting, even though we may not have it, you might want to be available. Because I'd really like to get this all to the commission by January, but we'll have to wait and see. Phil, was that enough information or do you want more?
Good, no, that sounds good. I was just trying to understand if that was a good kind of time frame. It's sort of, it might be if we have some general ideas about what the sections of the report would look like, you know, if it's going to be different than just like the layout of the chapters that we've got. You know, that's probably helpful to think about, but maybe that's the best way to do it anyway, is just
yeah, I don't think we can do it based on your chapters anymore because Montgomery County's not following your chapters. But I have that on the list of things that we're going to need before the next meeting, something from Montgomery County letting us know how they're going to organize their stuff. Because if they're going to stick with Montgomery County, if you're going to stick with the numbering and the organization that you gave for the meeting today, then what we'll just have to do is just a separate set of regs for you. And I'll have to maybe color coordinate and point to the both sets of regs, or I don't know, I'm even considering using like legal size paper sideways and maybe having both regs on a certain subject attached in that way, like side by side. I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure out some way to present this to the commission so they understand what they're looking at when the numbering is different. But that kind of just occurred to me today, and I'm gonna have to figure out what I want to do. Lisa, do you have? Oh, Phil, were you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, Lisa, did you have a comment?
Yeah, Montgomery County's intent was not to, complicate the writing of the report. I think we
No,
were just
not at all.
thinking
You
that
wanna-
it went along with the original supply regs. So, I would,
Absolutely.
if there's a plan that you think would work better for organizing, and it includes, us changing our draft numbers, and then, us saying at some point, we think it would be better if we did X at the end. Like if it's easier for us to match your current numbers now and make recommendations for where we think these things should be moved to.
Not at all.
Talk about that before you reorganize your whole draft. I guess I'm worried that you're.
No. I can do it. It's not a problem. I don't want it in any way to inhibit you from presenting the regs the way you want them to be. So if you feel like you want for, the specific sections to be where you want them to be, that's fine. I'm open to ideas for how to present that I want to make this easy for the commission, because I'm afraid that they're going to take a long time to make this. We have so many issues on which there's no consensus, so many. And we need to get these through as quickly as possible. Like to me, it would be a disaster if we went to the commission with two sets of regs that are totally different, and they made some decisions and then sent us all back to the drawing board. Like to me, if that happens, we'll be pressing up against our statutory deadline for getting these regs passed. So I'm open to ideas for how to organize the report. And the only thing I can come up with is by subject. But I assure you, everyone will have ample opportunity to put comments in, especially if I can get the draft to you guys by the beginning of December, which is what staff suggested. Okay, any other business for today? Okay, I'm gonna send out, I just took notes on what folks said they wanted to hear about today. And, you know, issues that we discussed that folks need to get back on. So, I'll put those and send those back out in another schedule. We'll just have a working schedule. Go ahead and pencil in Tuesdays for this, just in case. But we won't meet until 2 weeks, but it's the 8th, and nobody responded and said they had any firm avoid dates for the 7th or the 9th. So I think we're gonna meet Monday, November 7th at 10, and I put this in the email I'm about to send out. And then Tuesday, the 22nd, we'll start at 11, as pointed out by staff. Phil, go ahead.
And I was just about to ask about that, what we're gonna do with the work group on the 8th. So that's good. Thank you.
Okay. I know that we're all going to be working hard on this, but we've got to get this done as soon as possible. I'm really hoping we can get it to the commission in as simply put as possible in January, and hope for the best. So thank you, everybody, for all of your great comments today. And thank you, staff and Montgomery County, for all your hard work. And if there's anything else in the meantime, please feel free to send a message to everyone. The service list hasn't changed. And that's it. So everyone, happy Tuesday. Have a good day. Thank you.